Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Representative Lydia Crafts, the House Chair of Transportation. We are here for the confirmation hearing for Dale Dowdy this afternoon. We will start with committee introductions.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Representative James White. I represent the good people of District 30, which is Guilford to the north of Piscataquis County and two towns in Somerset.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Rick Mason. I represent District 97, which is almost all the folks of Lisbon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dan Anklees. I represent House District 100, which is a central portion of the community of Brunswick.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Brad Fair and I live in Norridge Walk, and I have the privilege of representing 15 towns in Somerset, Penobscot, and Kennebec counties.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Montel and I represent House District 54, Farmingdale and Gardner.
Good afternoon. My name is Representative Holly Eaton. I live in Deer Isle and I have the honor of serving House District 15.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Senator Tim Nangle. I represent Senate District 26 in Cumberland County, and I'm the Senate Chair of this committee.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Steve Bishop. I represent Bucksport, Orland, Verona, and the town of Penobscot.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about being late. My name is Michael Ray, and I represent House District 40, which includes towns of Islesboro, Lincolnville, my hometown, Liberty, Appleton, Morrill, Montville, Searsmont. Thank you.
Great, and welcome, everyone. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Dale F. Dowdy of Pittston for appointment as the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination today. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised that the hearing is live streamed and may be seen and heard by persons watching online, and that a recording of the meeting will be archived. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Senator Nangle for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation recommend the confirmation of Mr. Dale F. Dowdy of Pittston for appointment as the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Morrow for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. My name is Joe Morrow, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor to Governor Janet T. Mills. On behalf of Governor Mills, it's my honor to present her nominee for Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation, Dale F. Dowdy. You'll have the opportunity to hear directly from Dale shortly, but I would like to take a moment to introduce him and highlight why he is exceptionally well suited to lead Maine DOT. As this committee knows well, transportation is essential to the safety, economic vitality, and quality of life of every Mainer, as well as the businesses and visitors who rely on our infrastructure every day. Maine's transportation system is both extensive and complex. Maine DOT is responsible for 8,800 centerline miles of highway, more than 2,800 bridges and minor spans, 22 transit providers, nearly 600 miles of state-owned railroad, 3 deep water seaports, and 7 ferry vessels and terminals. Leading an agency of this scope demands deep institutional knowledge, steady leadership, and a clear understanding of Maine's unique needs. Qualities Dale brings in abundance. A lifelong Mainer, Dale holds a bachelor's degree in geology and chemistry from the University of Maine, Farmington, and pursued graduate studies in geology at West Virginia University. He's a Maine certified geologist who began his professional career with geotechnical and geological engineering firms before joining Maine DOT in 1996. Over the next 2 decades, Dale served in the Office of Environmental Services in the Bureau of Planning before being appointed Director of the Bureau of Maintenance and Operations. In 2018, he left state service to become Public Works Director and later Deputy City Administrator for the City of Lewiston, bringing valuable municipal leadership experience to his already distinguished career. Dale returned to Maine DOT in 2021 as Director of Public Outreach and Planning, and in 2022, he was appointed Director of the Bureau of Planning. From 2022 through 2024, he helped guide the department's strategic planning priorities before being named Deputy Commissioner in March 2024. In that role, he oversaw department-wide policies and operations, advised the commissioner, and supported Maine DOT's multimodal mission across the state. For the past several months, Dale has served as acting commissioner, as you all know, providing steady and effective leadership during a critical period for the department. With more than 3 decades of experience in transportation, public works, and municipal leadership, he brings a deep commitment to improving mobility, safety, and quality of life for all Mainers. On behalf of Governor Mills, I am very pleased to present Dale F. Dowdy and respectfully recommend his confirmation as Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions for Mr. Morrow at this time. Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Yes.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Dale F. Dowdy for the purpose of making a statement concerning the nomination.
Good afternoon. Senator Nagel, Representative Crafts, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. My name is Dale Dowdy. I'm a resident of Pittston, Maine. I'm honored to stand before you today to discuss my nomination by Governor Mills for the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation. I'll keep this brief as you have my resume and other materials, but I'll simply highlight the elements you may find relevant to my qualifications and ability to carry out this position that I've been nominated for. As I think you've heard earlier, I know Maine. I know Maine people, and I know their needs. I'm a lifelong resident of Maine. Apart from short residences in New Hampshire and West Virginia, my parents are both lifelong Mainers. I was fortunate to live in and have ties to several Maine counties while growing up here in Maine. I was born in Penobscot, attended grade school in Hancock, junior high in Kennebec, high school and college in Franklin, and I also have close family ties in Cumberland and have spent much time there. I still have many connections to each of those counties. I live with my wife of 38 years, Pam, who's here in the audience, and I have 2 daughters, grown daughters making a life of their own, one of them also here, Bailey. I work both in the public and private sector. I began my career, as you heard from Joe, as an engineering geologist and hydrogeologist with private firms, working from northern Maine to Virginia. I joined Maine DOT in 1996 as a hydrogeologist in the Environmental Office and have since worked and led 2 of the major bureaus in the department, both the Bureau of Planning and Maintenance and Operation. Throughout my time in the department, I've worked with every office. I then spent 2.5 years working with Maine's largest city as Public Works Director and then Deputy Administrator. During COVID-19, one of the more difficult times for a city like Lewiston, like many of us. I made a career of developing relationships. It's interesting, this morning we had a press conference. I looked over and I saw one of the counselors from Lewiston who has another role now, and we'll probably be working together. Just an example of relationships in the public municipal office sector, in public municipal officials, staff, and all those that continue to serve me well. Those relationships are probably what really make a position a position. I'll give you 5 reasons why I think I'm well suited for this position. Importance of transportation to modern life. Commissioner Van Noten and I often echoed each other over many years that there's no profession more important than transportation in modern life. I work in a field which I believe wholeheartedly that I can make a huge difference to Maine people by simply supporting Maine's economic opportunity and quality of life by responsibly providing our customers the safest and most reliable transportation system possible given available resources. I mean, how many people can talk about their career in one sentence and it just happens to be the mission of your department? Number two, a systems approach. Transportation is a system, not a single bridge, not a single piece of highway, not a set of rail tracks, not a bicycle pedestrian trail, but it's a network of things. That network has to work together. We have to make decisions as a network, not as an individual piece. An example might be a bridge. We can replace a bridge and get 100 years of additional service life out of it. Or we can rehabilitate 3 and get 30 years or 40 years each. What's the better solution? We can improve an intersection for vehicular traffic, but what does that do to bicycle pedestrian safety? And are there other elements of that same network that we can reach the same goals without having to skew that trade-off? Number 3, Maine is changing and transportation must change with it. We're an old organization. We're a very regimented organization, but Maine has been changing. It has been changing since I've been here. Just some of the changes that DOT needs to evolve with, evolving business and economic engines in the state. My grandfather, one of them was a dock foreman at in East Melnock at Great Northern Paper. The other one was a farmer and orchardist in North Yarmouth. Those were important industries then. They're still important industries, but our economy's changing and transportation needs to change with it. Workforce shortages. What can transportation do to ameliorate some of the workforce shortages we have, whether it's frontline workers or whether it's chief executives? Maine is short on all of them. How do we keep and retain people, attract people to Maine, and allow them to work here? Along hand in hand with that are housing shortages. We talk about housing shortages a lot in the last couple of weeks, and transportation is a key around housing shortages. Family structure. When I was younger, families all lived close by. I'm fortunate enough to have 2 of mine here. And when someone in the family had to go to dialysis, a granddaughter or a daughter lived within a mile or 2. Most of my families were like that. That's not the case today, partly due to the first 2 things we talked about. So how does transportation need to evolve, especially in rural areas, to accommodate those essential life functions? Complex web around safety. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but bicycles, pedestrians, motorists in transit are things we don't always think about directly with safety, but they have huge safety implications. 4, external relationships. We talked about that a moment ago. As I mentioned, I've worked hard in multiple sectors to build relationships with consultants, municipalities, regional organizations, peer states, and contractors. A healthy contracting community is a healthy transportation network. Those 2 things are inextricably linked. Building and maintaining those relationships are important. And I think you'll hear from some of those sectors today, or you may have heard from them in writing. Number 5, staffing and leadership. I remember Andre Breyer, Executive Director Breyer's confirmation hearing. He talked a lot about his leadership style. I think we share a lot of that. A lot of it around putting decisions where they belong, empowerment of employees. We have a worksat engagement team that's continuing under Deputy Commissioner Joyce Taylor. We'll continue to make Maine DOT a place to work, the place to work, through changes in policies but still getting our mission done. So what are the biggest issues facing DOT in the next couple of years? First, safety. This year unofficially, in 2025, unofficially, we had 175 fatalities on Maine's highways. 24 of those were motorcycle, 28 were pedestrian, one of the highest number in the last 5 years, 4 were bicycles. Sitting in the back of the room is our chief engineer. He's been tasked with looking into all of those and trying to determine which ones are directly related to behavior, which ones are directly related to infrastructure, and what are the things we can do for new approaches to attack some of those issues. State funding. Governor Mills has consistently prioritized filling the ongoing capital structural gap for the years she's been in office, but we still have work to do. I think we talked a week or so ago about our work plan, which we'll get into detail, where we have a structural state gap in that. You've been talking about a bill here as well. That's to the tune in this work plan of somewhere around 130 million. That's something we're going to have to figure out between now and 2028 if we're going to deliver that entire work plan. Next week, we'll probably get into that in some more detail. Federal funding, and there's a lot to say about that. We won't today, but a couple of the large pieces are erosion of buying power. Federal funding has not kept up with inflation, not even close. No long-term solution for the Highway Trust Fund, which keeps approaching insolvency, is going to do it again without an infusion. The uncertainty around no appropriations bill. At the end of this month, within this week, at the end of this week, this current continuing resolution will run out. Who knows whether there'll be another shutdown or not. We're scrambling to make sure we can pay our bills and the adjustments we need to make. Well, the chief operating officer, who's also in the back of the room today, is working on making sure we can continue to pay our bills. But that's a huge challenge in these shutdowns. So who knows what'll happen. There may be more in 2026 to come. 5-year reauthorization bill, that runs out in September. There's a lot of things that may be coming along with that we'll probably talk about in the upcoming month. And then probably the biggest thing around federal funding that creates a problem in transportation. Transportation is a long-term game. You know, we start planning our network, we start maintaining our network, the plans for those are done 1 year, but carrying those out are over many years, sometimes 5, 6, 7, 8 years. With shifting priorities in the federal government, DOT is always trying to shoot ahead of the pendulum. And that's a problem. You can imagine in the last 2 or 3 or 4 administrations, how much that pendulum swings. And we try to keep some rationality here in Maine and try to keep investing in the things we can invest. That creates a lot of moving of funds around and eligibility issues. So that shifting of federal priorities continues to be a problem and probably will for the foreseeable future. Staffing, CDL drivers, construction workers, both with us and our contracting partners are an issue. We have several partnerships going on, and a couple more I think we'll build in the next year to try to mitigate that. Specialty work, land surveyors, appraisers, things that DOT has that most other people don't have in the style that we have them. Those are going to continue to be an issue, and engineers and technicians are always, although things are looking up a little bit. In closing, I feel that I've been preparing for this for most of my career and most of my life, and I'd be deeply honored if this committee were to affirm that belief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dowdy. Questions from the committee. Senator Nangle.
I just see Mr. Van Note here. Has he been hanging around the office since he left?
I will tell you, I speak to Mr. Van Note more than I did when he was in the office 101, including yesterday.
That's too bad.
He went through a pandemic and he did a video. Yesterday, I took a picture in the parking lot because my vehicle was the only one in the parking lot. And I told him, you had a pandemic, I got a snowdemic.
Snowmageddon. Have you changed any policies since you've been acting commissioner?
Yeah, a few, and I think we have more coming, but some of them are really and they're not changes in policies, but changes in direction. One of the things I think many of you, and I think you and I spoke when we took the ferry ride that day, is DOT for a number of years has been running its finances on a just-in-time delivery. We've been running at the treetop. So we try to program, try to deliver, more importantly, our program in such a manner that money is not sitting around, especially on the highway and bridge side, but we're attempting to do it on all of them. We have been making some adjustments in the last couple of months around the federal uncertainty and other things. I don't want to come much up off the treetops, but I think we're coming up enough so that we have some levers. If we keep having these, this federal uncertainty and these stop and starts, how can we manage those? Because again, we don't want to pay not pay our contractors because that'll make them unhealthy, and that's unhealthy for us. So yes, we've made some minor changes around how we're programming projects, how we're delivering projects just in time, and trying to get up another couple feet up off the treetops so at least we got some room to maneuver. So that's probably the best example, but there are a number.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Angeles.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for being here, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
I'm particularly looking forward to working with you with respect to resolving the impasse with the city of Portland so we can upgrade the Downeaster service. But my questions were, do the criteria for what goes into the work plan every year, in your view, do those continue to evolve alongside the changing needs of our state? And do you plan to prioritize meeting with other department heads to try, because you talked about transportation as a system, do plan to try and synthesize your work with some of theirs in the coming months and years?
I do. There are a couple things. First, as most of, in a week or so, when we go through the work plan, I think one thing you'll see, asset management's on the, at the foundation. Some of that does change with funding. You need to adjust your asset management approach to, based on the amount of funding. So formula funding and our base funding, we'll always try to take care of the system because we have such a large system, as Mr. Marrow said. Beyond that, I think things do need to continue to change and evolve. When I came back, one of the things, another meeting that Mr. Van Note and I had one day, it was a breakfast when he tried to convince me to come back to DOT, and it was to kick off this village approach, to kick off investment in villages, bringing Maine villages back to, I call it, that 1950s village that you see with a Bel Air and the family gets out of the vehicle, drove a half a mile or walked a half a mile from where they live downtown to Woolworths to buy their clothing, getting back to those being centric and those being the centers of our communities. So we did that a number of years ago. I think with kind of the new federal shifts, we're already starting to shift that. We want to still invest in those types of things, the ability to have housing, look for special federal funding where we can apply it to bring extra funding to Maine to be able to invest in those. The character of those will always continue to evolve, one with the evolution of Maine, but also the evolution of funding eligibility and the merits. We're already starting to think about what the next administration might be looking for and trying to plan for those. And if it's the same as this one, we've got those planned for. If it's a different administration with a different set of goals, we're already trying to figure out what those are so that we have the planning done so we can hop on and get the federal funding we need to be able to build it to meet those Maine needs. It's all based in Maine needs. We're bringing the federal criteria to Maine to meet Maine's needs, not to meet the federal criteria.
Representative Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned housing shortages. Do you have a vision on how you're going to tie that with transportation?
Yeah, I think a lot of it goes to those special investments. Like I said, a lot of what we do on the base is take care of the system. If you don't take care of the system, housing can't grow even under the base condition. But I think it's where we can invest, where we can sit down with communities. I think we talked about this a little bit. I'd love to come up and talk about our approach to how to work with Maine communities to meet their needs to be able to build housing. And part of that is left eye on where these federal programs are going and what eligibility is, but right eye walking into a community. One of the differences, I think, based on the last two commissioners and kind of their approach, we used to go into communities and say, you need this for your Main Street. And we left a lot of those communities kind of with our tail between our legs. Maine's got this long, wonderful history, but sometimes frustrating history of home rule. It's both. It's wonderful in many cases, and it can be a little frustrating in others. So our approach is to walk into communities. We have a group of planners, which I'd love to bring the card up and show you who's your planners for your, but they'll walk into a community, sit down with the community and say, do you have a vision where you want to go with your housing, with your downtown, with any new villages? How do you want to build out dense housing in your community? Instead of saying, you can't come play with us until you figure it out and you meet these goals. Let's sit down and let's work with you and come up. We have about 30 communities currently in that program. We've secured funding for 4 or 5. We can talk about those. Old mill towns like Sanford, places like that are bringing back the housing that was a mill housing that's degraded over years, and then also building the hub and spoke system that now has bicycle pedestrian added to it, park and rides with connections to the submarine base, with new walking trails around the old mill ponds and reutilizing those, so housing will thrive and grow in a community like that. That's how we sit down with the community and help them find their vision, figure out how transportation fits into it. And then the other one that's a big hurdle to get over is usually wastewater. It's usually transportation and wastewater. So also trying to help them find that's not us, but help them find other resources to do that.
Thank you.
Representative Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dowdy, for being here today. I really appreciate all the information. Your background is certainly unique, and I appreciate laying out why you think you're uniquely qualified. And my question is very similar to along the lines of other people's questions, other committee members. You talk about growing the economic vitality and investing in villages and how you will work with the main communities. So just if you could just tell us a little bit more, that's like where I want to go. So I want to hear a little bit more about what your
Sure.
thoughts are.
Sure. So we can also talk another time about our business impact, working with businesses through our freight logistics office, which also matter to those main communities, especially like the two Mellanockets, right? There's a place where we've been working for years trying to find the right solution for them. But I think a lot of, and I don't want to repeat myself, so if you want to steer me, help steer me a little bit. But it's really understanding and working with the communities, many communities. And it's interesting when we kicked this off, more rural communities, smaller communities, Madawaska, to Cumberland, to Sanford, even though it's a larger community, it's small in national standards, are the ones that came to us first. And we really started this process early on. Even Wyndham, one of the studies we did in Wyndham was 302 had stripped out over the years to the point where 302 wasn't functioning as a piece of NHS. It also wasn't functioning as a community economic center because it was just so congested, so stripped out that Bruce Van Note used to always say a road needs to know what it wants to be when it grows up. And that road had got to a place where it doesn't know if it's a city street serving businesses or it's a piece of NHS. So we went into Wyndham and we looked at solutions with them, and we came up with a grant program where we're building 2 backage roads. Instead of frontage roads, we're going behind the businesses and building 2 backage roads. Went and got a grant, special funding, because that's usually what these require, to build 2 backage roads that over time, couple things can happen. Those businesses can turn and face the back instead of facing 302. We can now put a median barrier for safety up because businesses can be accessed around the back instead of in the front door. That also allows for Little Ossipee that has been threatened for years from wastewater. So Wyndham also at the same time, leveraging our grant off another grant, went and received a grant for sewer and water. Those backage roads allow for those sewer systems to be built. 302 wouldn't have done so much just because they're full of utilities already. So that community can grow. Housing can grow on those backage roads. New businesses can grow on the backage roads. That's environmentally conscious. Vehicles aren't in a start-stop condition as much anymore. And we're not having these rear end accidents from people that are turning left. So there's just another example of going in, sitting down with a community with a problem that actually we had too with 302. They had a problem with continuing to grow, and really trying to figure out how you can get that dense development in a place so people can walk and visit businesses, but also can drive and park and walk.
Okay, as a follow-up. So so like in a community like mine, you and I don't live that far from each other. I live in Gardner, obviously. And, it's that bringing people, having the right businesses to bring people and then enough restaurants and enough things to keep them there, but also having enough parking and having ways to move about the city, whether it's walking or biking or whatever, or driving. So is that an area you can work on too? Like how we bring people to more, but then when we get them there, how do we keep them there or how do we bring them there in the first place?
I think that there's we have a couple things going on with Gardner that are like this, but not as holistic as the ones we described. When we started this, we went into a number of communities and said, we just kicking it off, how you get things started. Augusta was one, Gardner's one. Remember I said those little communities grab quicker? They really were looking for that solution. The middle-sized ones took them a little longer, and we really haven't gotten that far with Gardner. Love to sit down with them and talk to them about that. Understand that there are a couple of ways those investments might occur. Because of those federal shifting priorities, sometimes we're going back into communities and saying, you have this big vision. For now, under the current priorities, we don't know if that'll be competitive and win, but we can do, when we're paving Main Street, we can do these incremental things to get closer to your vision and then wait for the larger vision. We certainly be willing to sit down with Gardner leadership again. I know you've gone through a number of city managers over the years, having been right across the river. And
still looking for one.
Yeah. So I think, we'd be happy to sit down with them and have that conversation. They just need to understand that that investment may be a ways down the road. but it's never going to happen if you don't plan for it, right?
All right, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Perry, you can introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Wayne Perry, House District 140. I cover Arundel, Dayton, and Lyman. Commissioner Doughty, thank you for being here. As somebody that's been on the committee for, this is my 7th term, I've been spoiled. I've served under 3 commissioners and counting you as the 3rd one. And that were all lifelong, long-term DOT engineers, lawyers, different parts of DOT that I really have enjoyed you guys because of your long-term DOT roots versus bringing in, I hate calling it this way, a political appointment. But it's actually all 3 of my commissioners that I've served under were all long-term DOT people. So I really like that. Great idea on Wyndham. I do a lot of traveling out of state, and I've always wondered why we didn't do more of that. And also, like a lot of other states, we'll have the highway and then we'll have an access road and would service businesses that way if they've got enough room there. So that's a great idea. Somebody who grew up in Wyndham. I know exactly what you're talking about up there. You mentioned about the biggest issues on state funding. And we made great strides on this committee a few years back with moving some of the sales tax for long-term funding. But as I try to explain to people, it was not more money, it was different money, which gives you a lot of flexibility knowing that money's going to be there, for the long term. But with that state funding issue for the long term, I mean, how much, and maybe this is a much longer conversation, but what are your thoughts on additional funding that is needed just to take care of what we're trying to do now? I know funding's been an issue all 7 terms but it's getting worse because we're going behind every year. So that becomes an accumulative. And what's your thoughts on where we can go and what we can do on additional funding and how much we actually need?
Certainly. Yes, I've served with 4 commissioners, so I've been kind of with a bunch of them. And I'm a product of all 4 of them, plus a little bit of product of Dale on top of that. But funding has been an issue. When I came, a couple of years after Bruce came to the department, the highway fund was serving operations and it was serving a good portion of the capital. It wasn't that we weren't getting general fund bonds back then, but they were much smaller. And of course, they were split between highway and bridge and multimodal, which is another problem too, right, altogether. That's grown to the point where the vast majority of the highway fund is consumed in just operating, plowing snow, doing the things that we do. That gap is somewhere on the tune of, and this is a longer conversation, of about 150 to 170 million a year. Now that could be more soon. Inflation seems to have kind of edged off a little bit. I think a bunch of us are hopeful in the department, but the story hasn't all been written. We do need to find a long-term sustainable gap. And I know my predecessors, especially my last one, when he was commissioner and when he was deputy up here talking about the long-term, that capital structural gap. And that's unique in state government. Most agencies, it's personal services and all other, and maybe they do a little roofing over here and they have a little capital. Well, it's personal services, all other, and capital. And that's where the gap continues to be. This work plan we roll out, we'll get into that a little bit. That 3rd year is, we've assumed instead of 150 or 60, we kind of squished it back a little bit. It's going to be a little smaller work plan. But that 3rd year has a $130 million gap rate the second when we roll it out. Now that's common. That's the way we always project those resources. We look for them. We are having some conversations with the governor's office about filling that 28 gap and some options there as part of her supplemental or related to the supplemental. We'll see where that goes. But I do think there's a long-term discussion about in this state and on the national side, but we can kind of manage this state about changing the dynamics. We talk about fuel efficient vehicles and those, and yes, that's diminishing it, but inflation is by far, and cost of construction, cost of design, all those things are really outstripping that. But that's another piece we'll have to deal with. we do need to start having a statewide conversation about how we fill this structural gap, or we won't be maintaining the system that we have today, let alone doing the things that we just spoke about with villages.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Mr. Doughty? Oh, Representative Ray.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. As I'm sure you know, last year in this room, we had a lengthy discussion on the ferry service and the viability and or sustainability of that operation for the Sticks on Bridge Islands. I'd kind of like to hear your thoughts on how you see the future of that in the next 10, 20 years. There's a lot that could happen in 10, 20 years. I
Yeah,
understand
absolutely.
that. But
Absolutely.
it's an issue worthy of speculation, perhaps.
Sure. I think there's a couple things around the ferry service we need to talk about that have evolved since then. Our workforce is somewhat stabilized due to some work that with the last budget and adjusting some pay. We've also, our recruitment has changed. So I think last year, and I'll maybe off by a 0.1% or so, but I think we're at 99.4% hitting our routes, except for weather. So for other reasons, something else happens, it's only 0.6% of not meeting our needs. So that's stabilized. So that's not the 10 or 20 year view, but it's stabilized now. So conversations about moving boats around and things to be able to make sure we can fulfill our mission. That's still in the background, but that's no longer an immediacy thing. So some of those things have changed. I think engaging that workforce more, we've always tried to engage them. For 8 years, I was the head of maintenance and operations, and the ferry service was underneath me. So I know the ferry service pretty well. Some of the older captains know me pretty well. So I think that's helpful to at least have some trust there. I think long-term sustainability, it's just going to be, again, about costs, and ferry boats don't get any cheaper. They don't get any younger. Dockside resources don't get any cheaper, don't get any younger. I think it's really trying to figure out how we continue to support that at this time. And support what we have, let's maintain what we have and keep that running as efficiently as we can. Andy Bickmore, new chief operating officer, is going to be working closely with the ferry service to at least maintain it. Going out 10 or 20 years, boy, that's tough at this moment. But because I wouldn't have predicted last year, 10 years before that, that was it. Just things change, right?
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Doughty? Yes, Senator Nick.
Thanks, Commissioner. In light of the experience a month ago and or less than a month now, what is your plan to make work zones as safe as possible for the employees of DOT?
And I'd like to extend that to all our partners, right? I'd like to extend that to line workers, to contracting community, because they're all the families are all the same, right? So I think at least within my control is a couple things. We really, and this going to sound like I'm deferring things, but I'm not. I really want to see what's in that NTSB report. They're working on that. We're really under agreement not to talk or speculate too much until that comes out, but I want to see that. That's an independent review. At the same time, the state police are doing their review. At the same time, the Bureau of Labor Standards and Department of Labor is doing their review. So those are going on in the background over there. They'll be very informative for us. At the same time, Tuesday after the accident, we had a safety stand down. We've had a few of those when we've had issues in the past, where all of our maintenance crews stood down for a day, sat down, reflected on what they're doing, their training, how they're deploying their training, and how they're using their training. And we'll come back from the grassroots, from the people that actually do the work, what changes they might see. I have confidence in our training. I have confidence in our people deploying our training. I will stand behind that for a long time. What I do think we need to look at, and here's the way where we have to be careful about knee jerks. Every time we make a change to a work zone or how we process a work zone, there's always unintended consequences. Let's say we're never going to work near the interstate unless we put up Jersey barrier. Well, there's dangers in putting that Jersey barrier up for a short operation. There's dangers both to us the person out there with a skid steer backing in and out with only an attenuator truck behind them. There's dangers associated with that. There's dangers associated with closing a ramp to the public. Now we're pushing people to another intersection. And we have to look at those intersections to ensure that those are safe for the public. So it's all a balance. And I think it's going to take a little while, one, for us to take back the feedback we got from our own employees and the professionals within the department, but also the professionals outside. Are we striking those balances right? There are many operations. I was going to describe this morning, and there was background behind me, and I missed it, but I can remember a couple things. I can remember standing in a work zone years ago with cones. It was temporary. It was something that was going to be there for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So it was just cones. And one of our own trucks going through that work zone, speeding on the phone, hit a cone, hit me, another one went by between me and another gentleman's head. So awareness is part of all that, but how we set up those work zones. I can remember another event where I couldn't get into traffic to remove these two boards. I was region manager and I was the only one left in the region on a weekend night. And I went out to remove two boards that were bouncing, and if a motorcycle hit them, it would be a very bad thing. Traffic wouldn't let me out into those situations. So there are places where we have to balance our safety, the public safety, but in the end, everyone has to be safe. So it's a little bit of, I'm deferring the question a little bit, but only because I want to give you a good answer about how we reapproach balancing our safety, the public safety, short-term impacts, long-term impacts, and how we address those. I can assure you that there are a lot of people in the department digging deeply, quickly, trying to come out where those balances are. Two of the gentlemen are in the back of the room behind me.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here
Thank
to
you.
speak. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for and against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the committee clerk, Andy McBride, prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each is presented to our committee at this hearing and will be available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote. Those who wish to speak should observe the following. Please sign in at the rostrum. Please speak from the rostrum, state your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Persons participating electronically will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom and can be seen and heard. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee, Mr. Doughty, for this particular position as commissioner will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. Please don't make me hit the gavel. Please remain at the podium after you complete your statement so that members of the committee may have an opportunity to ask questions. So I will open it up to members of the public here to testify in support of Mr. Dale Doughty as commissioner. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. My name is Jake LaChance, and I'm testifying today on behalf of my employer, the Maine Better Transportation Association, in support of Dale F. Doughty of Pittston for appointment as Commissioner of the Department of Transportation. MBTA is a statewide coalition of a diverse membership, including members who plan, design, build, maintain, or use our transportation system. These include transportation contractors, engineers, suppliers, bus and rail companies, airports, marine and port interests, municipalities, and others committed to investing in our multimodal transportation infrastructure to boost the state's economy and quality of life. I will not use my time today to rehash the resume and qualifications of Dale because I know it will be said many times and it speaks for itself. I would like to use my time to reflect on how Dale goes about his business and what that means for the transportation system in Maine overall. Since I started with MBTA approximately 6 months ago, Dale and his team at the Maine Department of Transportation confirmed what I had already known, that the transportation community is growing increasingly unique. Not because you folks at this horseshoe, the department, or the private sector partners are doing anything different, but in fact, just the opposite. It is unique because you refuse to give in to the divisive environment around you and you all continue to put policy over politics. What better area to showcase that understanding than serving within the transportation sector, an area that touches every single person in our state? Whether it's right or left, by land or by sea, and everything in between, it is the policy and the greater good that shines through. Not every room here in the State House or in the Cross Building operates like that, so I thank you all. I bring this up because Acting Commissioner Dowdy exemplifies those same pillars. He is calculated, he communicates, and he genuinely cares about the well-being of those that work under him and with him. He understands that the world does not operate in a vacuum and that this beautiful state is one to be cherished and enjoyed by all. He puts policy over politics. I have a firm belief that the two biggest things my members need to operate and be successful are consistency and predictability. This was put to the test in 2025 when our country had the longest federal shutdown in its history. It's no secret that federal appropriations are key to what we do here in Maine, so Dale and his team went to work. Through constant communication with the private sector and Senator Collins' team down in DC, the transportation sector in Maine was able to stabilize during a period of uncertainty for our industry. Again, it was policy over politics. It's my pleasure to support Dale F. Dowdy of Pittston for appointment as Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. LaChance. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll take additional testimony in support of the nomination.
Good afternoon, Senator Nangle and Representative Crafts and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. My name is Kelly Flagg. I'm the Executive Director of the Associated General Contractors of Maine, and I'm here on behalf of our member companies statewide to strongly support the nomination of Dale Dowdy as Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation. I want to talk a little bit about why AGC Maine specifically supports Dale's nomination. We work very closely with the DOT on a regular basis on projects all across the state. And we've seen firsthand how important steady, knowledgeable, and collaborative leadership is at the department to getting things done and getting things built. Dale consistently demonstrates those qualities, and as you heard from Jake before me, has had tremendous leadership even in his short time as acting commissioner. He has a very strong local government perspective, given his history, which I will not repeat just in the interest of time. But I will say that his perspective is critical in Maine, where local and state systems have to work together. He's also had proven leadership at Maine DOT, and from our industry perspective, he's been accessible. He's been responsive to our concerns when they arise, and he's been solutions oriented. There's been an open door between the contractors and the DOT, and that continues to be an important part of the advocacy of the Associated General Contractors of Maine. Dale understands that successful transportation projects depend on those strong partnerships, depend on clear communication, and resolving issues while maintaining safety and quality. So why is this important? Mostly because Maine's transportation network supports our economy, it supports our workforce, and it supports our communities. And Dale has definitely demonstrated his technical expertise, his strategic vision, and his collaborative approach. So in closing, on behalf of AGC Maine, I respectfully urge you to support and confirm Dale Dowdy as the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation. We are confident that under his leadership, the DOT will continue to serve Maine with professionalism, integrity, and a forward-looking vision under his leadership. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Flagg. Questions from the committee? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, distinguished members of the committee. For the record, my name is Andre Briere, Executive Director, Maine Turnpike Authority. I'm here today to express my strong support
for the nomination of Dale F. Dowdy of Pittston as the next Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation. Dale was one of the first people I met with when I began my role at Maine Turnpike Authority in April, but I also worked with him frequently when I was Deputy Commissioner of Transportation for the state of New Hampshire and the treasurer of the Northeast Association of State Transportation Officials. Given the critical partnership between MTA and Maine DOT in serving the transportation needs of all Mainers, particularly our shared responsibility in safety, planning, and transportation funding, this early connection was important. I've always found Dale to be accessible, thoughtful, and highly informed across all aspects of Maine's transportation system. I've come to rely on Dale as a trusted advisor, a collaborative partner, and a steady, fair presence in his work on the Maine Turnpike Authority Board. Should he be confirmed as commissioner, there'll be no learning curve or transition period. His knowledge base, relationships, and trust are already firmly in place. In my work to refocus Maine's Turnpike on better serving the multimodal transportation needs of the people of Maine, I can count on Dale to stand side by side with me as we lead our organizations with shared purpose and complementary visions. In closing, I'd welcome the opportunity to continue working with Dale in his confirmed capacity. I'm confident he will serve the people of Maine with integrity, dedication, and skill. And it's truly my pleasure and honor to offer my very highest recommendation for Dale's confirmation here today. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Director Briere. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Sleeper, and I'm president of Train Riders Northeast. I'm also here on behalf of Maine Rail Group because their president could not make it here today. He just returned from a out-of-state trip to discover there was sewage in his house, plus animals living in one of his walls. And he was only gone for 2 weeks. But other than that, Maine Rail Group and Train Riders were both formed in 1989. We're both 501c3s, and we both support passenger rail service in Maine. We both also support Dale Dowdy as the next Commissioner of Transportation for the state of Maine. I have been involved in this since 1989, and in that time, I think there have been at least 5 commissioners. We have worked with all of them. It has always been something that we've taken pride in, that we've been able to talk to people who, whether they agree with us or not, we at least can provide them with information. We can have an honest discussion, and in almost every instance, an intelligent one, even with Commissioner Van Note.
I said, don't make me gavel.
Now, Commissioner Van Note even had discussions in backyards of some of our people. So we heartily endorse Dale Dowdy. We think that experience, intelligence, accessibility, those are all key components of what we need to see in a commissioner. We have not, although I have not had a lot of experience with Commissioner Dowdy, we've already met with him once. We're going to meet with him in a week or so. So I think you can see from what he was saying earlier today that the intelligence and experience is there as well. So we heartily endorse him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sleeper. Any questions from the committee? Thanks for being here. We'll continue to take testimony in support of the nomination.
Good afternoon, Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. I am Megan Hannon. I'm the Director of Government Relations for Greater Portland Metro. I am also the President of the Public Transit Advisory Committee and the Vice President of the Maine Transit Association. I'm here today on behalf of Metro, however, to support Acting Commissioner Doty as a permanent commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation. Mr. Doty has consistently demonstrated an understanding that the modern transportation system must serve more than roads and bridges. His approach reflects a clear commitment to multimodal transportation and to transit as a core component to economic access, workforce mobility, and community development. He has demonstrated that commitment in several concrete ways. Maine DOT is funding 1/3 of Metro's Bus Rapid Transit Conceptual Design Study, now in its 5th year. Mr. Doty was instrumental in advancing the work, which has strengthened the project's competitiveness for federal funding. We are now working with our municipal partners to finalize that BRT route. In 2024, Maine DOT played a key coordinating and funding role in the merger between Metro and South Portland bus service. Mr. Doty advocated for Maine DOT resources to support merger-related costs, support that materially contributed to a smooth and successful transition. As acting commissioner, he helped coordinate MDOT and the Maine Turnpike Authority funding for a new transit service in Scarborough. This service will connect southern communities to downtown Portland and extend access north to Freeport and Brunswick. He's also partnered with transit providers to increase both operating and capital funding flowing from the state, enabling agencies from across Maine to launch new projects and expand service in both rural and urban areas. Equally important to Metro, he has consistently supported our efforts to secure federal funding directly. This support has helped advance investments in low and no emission vehicles, facility improvements, expanded service hours and destinations, and planning for a replacement for our more than 50-year-old operations facility. Based on our direct experience working with him, Greater Portland Metro strongly supports the confirmation of Dale Doughty as the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Hi, Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts. It's really good to be back before you again to the whole Transportation Committee. My name is Josh Caldwell, and I am a policy advocate for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. NRCM is Maine's leading nonpartisan membership organization dedicated to protecting Maine's environment with 20,000 supporters statewide and beyond. I stand before you today in support of the nomination of Dale Doughty for Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation for 3 primary reasons. He's a committed and patient listener and has always made time to meet with NRCM and other environmental advocates. He understands the significance of climate action and reducing environmental impact from the transportation sector. He recognizes the importance of public engagement and community feedback as an essential component of Maine DOT's work. I serve on both the Transportation Working Group with the Maine Climate Council and the Public Transit Advisory Council, and have had the opportunity to work with Dale in both of those capacities. Mr. Doughty is always engaged and shares a commitment to improving public transit in Maine and implementing Maine's climate action plan. Already under Mr. Doughty's leadership as interim commissioner, NRCM has had several productive conversations with Maine DOT about advancing those objectives. While we may not always agree on approach, we do believe that Mr. Doughty is truly committed to reducing the climate and environmental impact of Maine's extensive transportation system and to consider our feedback seriously. We look forward to working with Mr. Doughty on several fronts, including that climate impact considerations are taken into account in transportation planning, expanding and improving Maine's public transit and active transportation systems, encouraging electric vehicle adoption through educational campaigns and public charging installation, and finding sustainable funding solutions for Maine's highway fund that include adequate and reliable resourcing for Maine's public transit and active transportation networks. Mr. Doughty's nomination has come during a challenging time. As you've heard, Maine is facing a significant highway fund deficit, and federal funding cuts and volatility make planning for a sustainable and resilient transportation system challenging. However, we believe that Mr. Doughty will prioritize community and stakeholder feedback, and therefore will keep the need of Maine's environment, transit users, and local communities front of mind while making important decisions about the future of Maine's transportation system. For these reasons, we urge the members of the committee to confirm Dale Doughty as Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation, and I do welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, members of the Joint Transportation Committee. My name is Patty Barber, and I live in Hiram, Maine. I am a rural transportation advocate, and locally, I am working in my home community to return freight rail opportunities. I have met with Commissioner-elect Doughty, and he has shown a willingness to sit down together and discuss mutual opportunities to enhance rail service in Maine. I'm sure we don't agree on everything, but the first step in any conversation is the opportunity to have an honest discussion, which often results in mutual trust and finding common ground. The Department of Transportation has a long history of prioritizing Maine's infrastructure needs in a realistic and pragmatic way, and I'm confident Commissioner-elect Doughty will continue to steward our current transportation assets for the benefit of all Mainers. For these reasons, I support Dale Doughty for Commissioner of Maine DOT.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts. Excuse me. My name is Bruce Van Note. I'm a citizen of Topsom. I stand before you obviously in support of Dale's nomination. About 7 years ago, I had the privilege of standing in this spot, which led to me being confirmed as the 8th Commissioner of Transportation in the state. I certainly hope Dale is the 9th. You've already heard about his qualities and experience. He's already exhibited them in terms of questions here. It's clear Dale's wicked smart. You know, he's got that going on. He also is from everywhere. Did you hear that? I mean, he said, I grew up here, I grew up here, I grew up here, and he actually did. I just was born in the county and spent most of my time in Bath, and I thought that was a pretty good, nothing compared to Dale in terms of his knowledge of the state. But rather than talk about, you know, his skills and abilities, I just want to give you personal qualities that really is the secret sauce to a good commissioner. First, he's honest. He'll answer it straight. And if he doesn't know, you got questions here today and he wasn't ready. He needs more information. He said, and after I get this information, I'll do it. So straightforward and honest. He's also very diligent. You know, he's got one of those old school things where, you know, I can text him anytime after 4 because he's feeding the animals on his farm, which he does. So he tends to his farm before he tends to transportation. And then when I retired 5 months ago to make room for a new crop of leadership that you see in here in order to keep transportation strong in Maine, Dale made me something on his, he was a blacksmith. He made me, so, you know, on the side, or he can do leather goods. So, you know, just old school jack of all trades. You've already heard about his approachability and other people testifying to that. He will meet with anyone. He's also proven, unfortunately, recently, he's very reliable in a crisis. I can tell you there is no worse thing that a commissioner of transportation has to do when you lose teammates. And you have to figure out how to do it, and the family dynamics and all that, and you have to lead your people. And Dale's proven himself in the worst of times already. All that adds up to he's very trustworthy. I know you don't gain trust. You gain trust brick by brick. You can lose it in one spring flood, but brick by brick, Dale's spent a lifetime building a foundation of trustworthiness. And the last quality I just want to make sure you know he has, which may be one of the most important, is humility. Dale knows what he doesn't know. You probably learned that from me because you saw a bunch of stuff I didn't know. But you have to know that, because no matter what your background is, there are things that you don't know. And the quicker you realize you don't know them, it's amazing how many smart people you can find to fill that gap. And Dale has that. So for all these reasons, I urge you to confirm Dale as the 9th Commissioner of Transportation in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Note. Questions from the committee? Thank you for being here. We'll take additional testimony in support of the nomination of Dale Doughty. Anyone here in the audience to testify in opposition? Take any testimony neither for nor against. And Andy, anyone online? All right, we have no one online. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We'll review any additional comments. Everyone has those in their files. A vote on the nomination, and we'll notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation for Mr. Dale F. Doughty of Pittston for appointment as the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 days after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Any objection? Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Dale F. Doughty of Pittston for appointment as the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 132nd Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
All right. Representative White,
Yes.
Representative White, yay. Representative Mason,
Yes.
Representative Mason, yes. Representative Ankleys,
Yes.
Representative Ankleys, yay. Senator Pearce is absent. Senator Farren,
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Senator Nangle,
Yes.
Senator Nangle, yay. Representative Crafts,
Yay.
Representative Crafts, yay. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yay. Representative Eaton,
Yes.
Representative Eaton, yay. Representative Ray,
Yes.
Representative Ray, yes. Representative Albert is absent. Representative Montel,
Yes.
Representative Montel, yay. And Representative Bishop,
Yay.
Representative Bishop, yay. That's unanimous.
11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation that the nomination of Dale F. Doughty of Pittston for appointment as the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation be confirmed. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Dale called me.
I like the tension.
Good job, Joe.
Senator Dangle. Quick break.
Good afternoon. We are going to move into our work session on LD 1457. A resolve to allow the Maine Turnpike Authority to conduct a pilot program to implement automated speed control systems in highway work zones. My understanding is that Senator Farren has a sponsors amendment, and Senator Farren, would you like to speak to it briefly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so those that were here last week when we talked about 1804, I'd be remiss if I didn't stay out of the gate again to our analysts who, while a lot of people were snowbound and everything yesterday, was doing amendments and emailing back and forth and communicating, and thank you very, very much for that work. You have in front of you a sponsors amendment, which is pretty much a replace of the bill with the work that's been done, and then a markup. And I think what lessons learned from last week going through the bill, it'd be better. I would ask the chair's indulgence to call up the executive director of Maine Turnpike Authority. They had done yeoman's work this summer. Many of you had a chance to visit the work sites and see what our public safety folks are up against every day out there. Meeting with a bunch of stakeholders and then working on these amendments. And I think before we ask Melanie to walk us through the side by side, it would be worthwhile to ask the executive director to come up and do that with the amendments. And then we could do the analysis on the side by side, if that would, is that okay with the chairs?
Yes, I think that works. Why don't we invite Director Briere up?
And I just wanted to make sure so the committee knows it's the amendment and it has the date on the bottom, today's date, January 27th. It was just passed out, but I know there's lots of papers.
Good afternoon. Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, members of the committee. With your permission, I will, like Senator Farren said, this is pretty much a wholesale, not a rewrite, at least a pretty substantial customization of the initial legislation. As I was able to mention this morning during our press conference and privately to most of you that were able to come out to work zones, we'd be the 25th state now that has a very similar program. So the initial legislation was based on best practices of other states. This rewrite really is customizing the legislation for the needs and the specific requirements of Maine.
Director Briere, excuse me, just for members of the public watching online, could you give yourself a quick introduction?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I did. I get my testimony mixed up. Andre Briere, Executive Director of Maine Turnpike Authority. I don't come up here nearly enough. I need to do that more.
Thank you.
As I walk through the key features, I can maybe say by way of introduction with some degree of assurance that there's probably been no executive director of the Turnpike in the history of this organization that's worked harder to lose $2 million a year, because that's what this is going to cost. That is a small price for the lives of our employees and for the state troopers and contractors who work in our work zone. And this legislation will save lives. The bill authorizes a temporary limited pilot program to enforce speed limits in Maine Turnpike work zones. I emphasize temporary and limited. It is a 3-year pilot program to allow us to do 2 construction seasons worth of this test. And it is a test to remind members of the committee, if through this work, if this is passed, we will present this committee with a report. And if there's any problems with the program, or we don't do what we say we're going to do, or the results aren't what we say they're going to be, this legislation dies without new legislation. It's designed to protect workers, educate drivers, minimize court involvement. That's a key aspect of the amendment that I'll get into. Not intended as a revenue generating program. In fact, none of the revenues come back to Maine Turnpike at all. Up to 3 active sites on the Maine Turnpike would be allowed at any given time. And it can only be used in work zones with workers present. That is the only time this can be deployed. This program must start within 1 year and end within 3 years. As I said, allowing 2 full construction seasons. It begins with a very substantial pre-enforcement period during which time we'll be advertising the program, explaining it to the public with a pretty significant media buy, both social media and television. And this during this period, only warnings will be issued. So we'll, if vehicles go through and they're going more than 11 miles over a speed limit, which I'll talk about in a minute, we'd just give them a warning. Say, hey, this program's about to start. Please slow down. As far as notice to the public, the signage that many of you were able to see, big 4-foot by 4-foot signs, which warn motorists that photo enforcement is ahead, will be prominently deployed at least twice. I'm of the understanding that maybe there's a desire for more signs. I can just say we have a sign shop. We'll do as many signs as you'd like. And we're happy to see this legislation further amended to require more signs. We can, I've been made aware that there might be a desire to see signs ahead of the last exit before photo enforcement. We're certainly happy to do that as well upon the committee's stated desire. All of the locations will be posted on our website, social media, and we'll also provide the information to map apps. It takes about 20 seconds before Google and Waze know that there's photo enforcement anyway, but that'll be part of our notification process.
Representative Montel, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was just a clarification. When you said the warning signs, are those warnings that it's a work zone or warnings that it's a work zone that's under
Yes. So for our standard work zone, you will see well-posted work zone signage normally. What these are large white signs with a camera in the middle that say photo enforcement ahead.
Okay.
Right now in our proposal, there are 2 of these signs that would be visible, clearly visible, prior to the enforcement area.
Okay.
But again, if this committee desires more, we'll make more.
All right. Thank you.
That's fine with us.
Clarification.
You bet. As I said before, the speed threshold, oh, I'm sorry.
Senator Farren.
Just so that we're following through, that's under section 3, 1B, 2B, just that's where you're talking about the signs, at least 2 conspicuous. So if we
Yes.
want to talk about that, I'm just trying to make some notes as the committee might want to come back and have some discussions.
Absolutely.
That's specifically the area that we're talking about.
Yes. For enforcement and penalties, as most of you know, the threshold is a minimum of 11 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. That's the only time enforcement would take place. So that is a very generous pad. Anything under 11 miles over, there's no enforcement taken, no photo taken at all. That is a minimum. According to the language of the legislation, we'd be authorized to raise that, in other words, be more lenient to the public. And the circumstances under which that might happen are just depending on the number of violators. What we're pretty convinced of, based on experiences of other states, is that very, very quickly, the number of violators are going to go down dramatically.
Yes, Representative Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is 11 triggers the warning? And then the next level of speed, like 11 and up, is a ticket or?
No, so 11 miles an hour over posted speed is the threshold always. So what happens is that for a particular registered vehicle, the first time after this program starts, during the pre-enforcement period, it's all warnings. So no matter how fast you're going during the pre-enforcement period, it's just a written warning. For the first violation after the program goes live, it's also a warning saying, hey, this is a photo of your license plate. You are going more than 11 miles over posted. Please slow down. It's only after the second violation that any registered vehicle would receive the penalty of a violation.
And they'll get that, what you mentioned earlier, in the mail.
Yes.
What's the turnaround? So I'm just trying to make sure that the punishment or the
Yeah.
warning is like, oh, that was the other day.
So
Shoot.
in
Yeah.
the legislation, the minimum time between citations, so between a warning and an actual violation is 14 days.
Okay.
So that ensures that, somebody starting in Kittery that just happens to hit 3 work zones isn't going to get 3 tickets, right?
Oh, okay.
So you can only get one every 14 days.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I mentioned this to you before about that. People that travel the Turnpike every single day,
Mhm.
now we're depending on the postal system to make sure they get the notification. Or will they get a warning if they do it 7 days in a row? Will they be getting, you see what I'm trying to get to? How does
Yeah, the way it's constructed right now, it would be a 14-day pause between incidents. So if we would, for instance, take a picture of that plate every single day, going 30 miles an hour over, it would, because we want to ensure that there's adequate time between notification and penalty, it would be 14 days, a 14-day hack between those things.
and the warnings go out immediately that day that somebody goes
It'd be
through?
very
or-
quickly, yes, yes, yes. And we can stipulate that, just kind of big picture for the committee. If this bill is passed, that would start a process by which we would issue a RFP there are many firms that do this, and this is probably as good a time as any to address a concern I've heard, which is that a lot of the companies that do cameras for municipalities and stuff don't have the best reputation. I can assure the committee that the 7 or 8 companies that specialize in this from other states just do transportation. That's all they do is programs like this. They're very specialized vehicles that have the radar and camera on them. They're not for any other purpose. It's just work zone speed enforcement. So these firms aren't, this isn't Palantir that's going to be bidding on this work. That's an RFP that'll go out that will be responded to most likely by these very specialist companies. So all those companies, the list of those companies we've shared with privacy groups and with ACLU to do their own research on them as well.
Follow up, Madam Chair. On that, I mean, I don't have an issue with when you're in the warning period. How long is the warning period going to be?
The pre-enforcement period, it'll depend on how fast the RFP process goes, but we've committed to at least 3 months.
Okay. I mean, I don't have an issue with, I'm just speaking for myself, during the warning period, if somebody gets one every day.
Oh, yeah, pre-enforcement.
And pre-enforcement.
Yes.
And then that way, on that warning, you were going 18 miles over, or you were going, I don't know if that detail is going to be there.
Yeah,
You're just going to say speeding.
During pre-enforcement, we would do it as it happens because there's no penalty associated. So we'd send multiple warnings.
Would the violation be in this warning? You were
It'll
caught
say how
going
fast.
18
yeah.
miles or whatever.
Yeah.
As of this date,
Yes.
these will become tickets.
That's exactly
or
what
something like
yeah,
that.
we have to still come up with the form letter once this bill's passed, but it'll be something to that effect. That'll say, that during this pre-enforcement period, we're not issuing tickets. However, we've clocked you doing this speed at this location. Here's the little frame picture of your license plate. Thank you. The other thing to note in enforcement and penalties, as the committee knows, is with this new legislation, we decided on a flat $100 penalty. The reason we did that and decided not to do what the original legislation did, which is an escalatory fine structure, is in our work with privacy groups, we determined that if we did that, we'd need to retain data longer because we need to say, okay, this plate had a warning, this plate had his first violation, this plate had the second violation and the third, and that would make us keep this data for an extended period of time. In order to reduce the time period we have to hold on to data, the only thing we would note is this plate had a warning. That's it. And we can destroy the photos and everything else, which I'll get to in a minute here after, almost immediately after final adjudication on a violation.
Representative Montel.
I just lost my thought. So the next level fine would be more?
Flat $100.
So
That's
every
what,
time it's only $100?
flat $100. Yep. And that, again, the reason we decided to make it a flat, non-escalating $100 fine
Right.
is so we wouldn't have to keep records.
Okay.
So
I
we can
get the-
destroy
I
those
get that
records.
part,
Yep.
But why not make the fine more than, just curious?
So what we did is we looked at our sister states and sister agencies across the country who have this program and looked at what there are some states that have the same flat fee. But even states that have an escalating fee structure, we looked at what those averages are. And we wanted to come in below average, but still substantial enough to affect behavior. We don't want to bankrupt the people of Maine or violators here, but we want to make an impression that they need to slow down. I brought in my own experience as well. In my past, I've had the great privilege of working in other parts of the world. In Europe, this is a very common program as well. And one of the features of European programs across Western Europe is that it's a very low fine. What it is this inconvenience of having to go through that, right? That does, and it ends up affecting behavior. We want to be fair, but we also want it to be significant enough to change behavior. And based on all those factors, we arrived at the $100.
Okay, now where did you say the money? Oh, sorry.
We've got a bunch of people.
Okay,
So
sorry,
we'll
good.
just
Okay.
ask for follow-ups because
Okay.
a bunch of folks with questions.
It's fine. I'm sorry.
All right, so we've got a few people with questions. So let's start with Senator Farren.
So as the bill sponsor, I also just want to point out, we didn't want this to be a penalty. We want to change behavior and create safety in the work zones.
That's right.
So that was one of the driving factors of having this set fee or fine and not creating more and more and more. Besides the safety and the security piece and doing that, this truly, the back of this is to do work zone safety and changing the behavior of drivers through those work zones. And so that kind of drove that flat fee over again.
Senator Nangle.
So I just am, we've got a fine structure in place for speeding in work zones. And I guess, why are we charging less for speeding in work zones than what we have written in law? Are those, I guess I don't understand that. If you're caught by a police officer, you pay through the nose. But if you're caught by a camera, well, let's not worry about it as much.
Thank you, Senator. Oh, go ahead.
Can I take a first stab?
Yes, Senator Farren.
So Senator Nangle, what I'd say about that in some of the conversations, and I'll go to the executive director as well. Part of the reason why we need this, legislation, right, is that it is inherently unsafe to stop vehicles in the work zone. So we don't have that police presence necessarily in the work zones.
So we don't enforce
okay.
speeds in any work zone?
Didn't say that.
Okay.
Is that stopping vehicles there? That's why with the camera piece of it, is that it's just inherently unsafe to stop vehicles in those work zones with the police presence.
If I could add, maybe amplify Senator Farren's comments. There's a few things we can't do with cameras that we can do with state troopers. One is enforce reckless driving. The notion of handing out the double fines and speed in work zones doesn't go away because of this pilot program. We think it's very important that stay on the books, and that's still enforced by our state troopers, Troop G, which, as a reminder, the Turnpike fully funds Troop G. And we're very happy that they're fully manned, fully staffed, I should say, at the moment. So they will continue to enforce those penalties that, there's a balance here. There's a balance with the judicial branch in dealing with penalties that are very likely to be contested. The other big difference about the double fines and work zones is there's points associated with those, points from your driver's license, insurance impacts. We wanted to ensure in this program that there are no points assessed. Again, just like Senator Farron said, we're trying to affect behavior here, not necessarily end people's driving privileges. We just want them to slow down. The purpose of this versus enforcing those laws on the books is behavioral. Now, you can argue that those are also behavioral aims. What's clear is that this program, this philosophy of lower penalties, but consistent penalties in work zones does work. And it works in 24 other states, this very same model. I understand where you're coming from, Senator. I would say the more severe penalties, law enforcement really is required to enforce those bigger penalties. And like I said, also reckless or other types of moving violations.
Representative White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few weeks ago, I listened to your presentation at the Civic Center, and you mentioned that over the summer, several or a few work zones were, you had radar running in them. And I believe you said 80% of the traffic was speeding.
Yeah, it's between 65 and 75%. We're going over 11 miles an hour.
And you
in
said
excess.
something about a significant percentage criminally speeding.
120, 130, 140, yep. We've
So
talked.
what percentage of that roughly was the criminal speeding?
Well, in our state, there's that's
No,
a.
not what
a
the number
different
is.
threshold.
How many of those people you radared were criminally speeding? I believe you said it was 80% of the traffic was speeding and 60% were criminally speeding.
No, I did not say that, because there's no definition of that, that we're entering in our state. What I said was, there is and I think every member got the presentation, our MTA presentation that we presented at that conference. It was roughly, when you take the July data, it's about 43%, 43.1% going 21 miles an hour or over. So if you define that as reckless, it was a substantial portion. I don't use that terminology just because that's not clearly defined.
How many of those people were actually, was enforcement done on? Have we stopped any of these?
No, so just as a reminder, and again, thank you for carrying this bill over, because that, as most committee members know, that carryover period, we did some pretty extensive data gathering. So this was baseline gathering. This wasn't done with a state trooper right there, but we took over 2.5 million speed measurements in our work zones when workers were present in July, August, September, and October, between those months. If you'll recall from the presentation, September was the worst when it came to speed. We saw an appreciable jump, but in every month that we took measurements, it was a huge proportion of drivers that were going over 11 miles an hour over the speed limit. What I said earlier is true, though, which is every state that's deployed this system has found almost an overnight reduction in those speeds.
Okay, now you did 2.5 million measurements, and 43% of those were going over 20 plus miles an hour over the speed limit.
Yep.
And this is a limited access highway, right? So we have the ability to have law enforcement radar them at the construction zone and then stop them somewhere safe before the next exit.
Oh, that's not always true, no.
That's not possible?
In some work zones, that's possible. In some, it's not. In some, as Senator Farren said, there's extremely narrow shoulder, certainly
We're not talking
stretches.
about stopping people in the work zone. We're talking about stopping them before they get off the turnpike.
Yeah, just for the committee's knowledge,
Well,
there are
wait a second.
35
So we're not
35
doing
state
it?
troopers.
I'm going to ask all committee members to wait for guests to finish their remarks and ask for a follow-up. Thank you. Director Briere.
Thank you. So continuing, as a reminder, there are no points assessed on licenses as part of this program.
Representative White, can you restate your question for Director Briere?
Director, how many times did law enforcement get called out after you found this atrocious number of speeders in work zones?
Our state troopers, Troop G, is on the roads every single day trying to enforce speeds along our roads. They're not, if you think there are infinite numbers of state troopers, that's not a true statement. There are 35. How many are on shift?
Finish your statement, please, Director.
I guess I'm struggling to understand the nature of the question. When we measure this with radar devices, that's not law enforcement, that's data gathering. We don't collect license plates as part of this 2.5 million measurements. So I'm struggling to understand how you think we would enforce that.
Okay, so let me try to understand your concerns, Representative White. Are you suggesting that you're concerned that they were collecting the data without immediate law enforcement intervention at the site of that data gathering?
I'm concerned that over a prolonged period of time, we were collecting data in which we found out that 43% of the time, people were in excess of 20 miles over the speed limit. And it appears that law enforcement was never dispatched to take care of that situation when we have law enforcement available on the turnpike. And it appears that we were looking for a result instead of looking for safety. And that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Did we do this just to acquire numbers, or are we really looking for safety here? Because if you're doing this over a matter of weeks or months, and 43% of the time people are going 20 miles an hour over the speed limit through a construction zone, we ought to be dispatching law enforcement. And there is places that you can safely pull people over after the construction zone. It is a limited access highway. They can't get off the road until they get to an exit.
So Director Briere, I would ask, during the time of the data gathering, were you also deploying Troop G state troopers?
Every day of the week,
To do
every
speed
hour
work.
of the day, state troopers are out there trying to do their best.
And are they doing speed enforcement on the turnpike?
Absolutely.
Okay, during all of the data gathering period.
There's no time. We took this data over 14 work zones. Our state troopers are out there every day trying to control this problem. If state troopers were sufficient to control this problem, which occurs every day, the problem wouldn't be here. That's the issue. That's why state police need this assistance. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bishop, did you have a question?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to a lot of elements here, let me lay the platform down of that. This is a pilot program. This is a trial program.
Correct.
And in the event that the data that you have collected, and in the event that the data that you could potentially collect within this temporary pilot program finds that something is insufficient, whether it be a fine structure or whether it be an element of the enforcement process or whatever, should it be continued to be solidified into law in some format, you can make those adjustments then. The goal of this, I would like to just clarify with you in question form, is that this is specifically a pilot program to try to get some accountability and some safety going. And some elements can be fine tuned at a later time. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Representative Bishop. I'd say that would be true with every aspect of this program that I'm describing here. That is the point of the pilot, is to say, does this work as it's framed here for us, for the state of Maine? That's the point of it. And I will get to that in a second. We'll provide a report to this committee to that effect, that says, here's what we think worked, here's what we think didn't, and make recommendations accordingly. And like I said, if it's the judgment of this committee that juice isn't worth the squeeze, then this program goes away. I will tell you, of the 24 other states that have the program, every single one moved to permanent legislation because they found the same. They found it does work.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Briere, I'm guessing, and Representative White can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm going to try to, I think I know where he was going. This whole plan is to protect work zone speed, the work zones for workers.
That's right.
That's the whole idea of this. I think what Representative White was trying to get to, that after that first month of data,
Mhm.
and you had 40-something% criminal speed, 20+ miles over the speed limit, I guess his question was, did you, after seeing this unsafe speed through the work zone where workers are, did you
share it with state police?
Did you share it with state
We sure
police
did.
and say,
Yeah.
we have a wicked problem here? And I would think that during that work zone, when those workers are present, if the state police, the 35, the ones that are on duty there, concentrated on that, would have slowed down the people the next month because they would have seen police around that area the whole time. So I would have thought, and maybe I'm wrong and you can correct me, but after seeing that first month of data,
Mhm.
did that trigger, we need to get law enforcement there, we need to put up different signage, we need to do things so that July was bad, August was worse, and September was even worse? Why that did or did not happen, and maybe it did?
No, thank you for the question. Let me put it this way. So before I came here to Maine, I was Deputy Commissioner, New Hampshire DOT. I was also Treasurer of the Northeast Association of State Transportation Officials and a board member of AASHTO, which is the American Association, for all the secretaries and commissioners of transportation in the country. Every single state, bar none, has this problem. It became especially acute after the pandemic, when we had a full couple years of basically no enforcement on our highways. This has resulted in a level of fatalities on our nation's highways far in excess per capita of any other civilized country on earth. Secretary Buttigieg talked about it extensively. This administration has talked about it extensively. Our highways are more dangerous than any combat zone the U.S. military operates in. Our state troopers, the state troopers of every state in our region, do the best they can to slow drivers down. They can't be everywhere. What this program does is help them by letting them focus on, like has been mentioned in here, truly egregious behavior, getting those folks off the road, getting the impaired drivers off the road. 2 weeks ago, we just had a state trooper vehicle totaled on the turnpike that was already pulled over trying to help somebody. We had a wrong way driver just this last weekend go wrong way all the way over the high level bridge. New Hampshire stopped them. I don't need to tell this committee we had 2 DOT workers killed. I get emotional about this. The notion that our state troopers aren't doing all they can is frankly insulting. It's insulting to me, it's insulting to them.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That wasn't the point. The point was after you saw the horrible data.
What I saw is a
Why-
window on what exists.
But I guess I'm confused that this is all about safety, this whole thing, which I totally agree with. After you saw that first data, why there wouldn't be more of a concentration by the main turnpike to have more officers around those where people are criminal speeding daily. And the numbers got worse, which means the speeders didn't see any police around. So I would think during work zone area, you pay for the state police on what, almost $10 million. Why wouldn't that be concentrated as soon as you saw that first month of data? Why wouldn't the state police, I mean, the main turnpike, go to the state police? We have a wicked problem in this work zone in Scarborough or South Portland or in Auburn, and say, we need more people or, more cruisers around there. I don't understand why that wouldn't have been the first step versus just continuing to collect worse and worse data.
Director Briere, if you'd like to respond.
So, sure. I think there might be a misunderstanding that this is some new problem. This is a window on every day. Whether we measure it or don't, this is what driver behavior is. On 295, on 95, on the turnpike, on the DOT system. This is driver behavior. It's not new. It's not unusual. It surprised me not in the least when I saw this data. It's the very same data I looked at every day in New Hampshire. So do we have a very strong partnership with State Troop G? Yes, we do. They lent us equipment to do these studies. To say that the speeds we measured in any of our work zones are so unusual that we would call them and say, this is an unusual problem. It is not an unusual problem. These are the conditions exist, work zone, no work zone, all over our turnpike. And those troopers are out there, they're to their full capacity. I think if you look at social media, you look at some of the press reports, our troopers have been a lot more visible over the last year. The reason is they're now finally fully staffed. We have a proposal in front of the legislature to increase their number over the next 4 or 5 years. So I will just say that this is not like, we didn't see this data and say, oh, this is so weird. This is literally every day on our turnpike.
Okay, I have a list going. Did you have to this point? Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I would just ask, right, in working through the sponsor amendment, the intent of bringing the executive director up here was to walk through the changes of the bill in the sections, not to open up a public hearing again, to go back with where we got through here. And I just, from this standpoint, the intent of this data, right, that was gathered, and I can ask questions if we want to go down this way, is that I don't believe the state police call into the executive director every day to tell them where they're deploying and where they're working. The data was shared. And I think we're getting off track from going through this bill and what the amendments are, and then having the work session on that piece of it. We haven't even gone through the amendment yet.
I respect your concern, Senator. I also respect the concerns voiced by the representatives. I would like to move this along because I know there is a lot of material. I have a list going. So Representative Angeles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Director Briere. So I'm going to ask you a couple of things about the new version of the bill. As you know, and I'm asking you these as a supporter of the bill, because I think going to work shouldn't be a death sentence when you're building our roads. But I do want to ask you about civil liberties, because one of my jobs as a supporter of the bill and as a member of this committee is I'm going to have to go back and sell this to all of the other House Democrats. And so question I'm going to ask you, my Republican friends can block their ears for a second, but given the current climate nationally and what's happening specifically in Maine and Minnesota, I think people are going to want to know what the chances of any of the data, the license plate data gathered in any future potential program, what is the chance of that ending up in the hands of ICE?
Right.
And what happens if, even if your intent is not to give it to them, what happens if they attempt to come at you with some kind of warrant?
I really appreciate that question. And I will skip ahead to privacy and data use, and I'll come back to appeals if that's okay. So I'll answer your question. So one of the other great benefits of the carryover is it did give us all that time, about the last 5 months, to work very closely with civil liberties groups and ACLU to see what we could do to tighten up the legislation. And I think this is of concern, frankly, in a bipartisan manner. I don't think it's just a left issue. I think it's a right issue as well. We want to make sure that this data is not misused. We want to make sure it's very limited and that it's destroyed very quickly. So 2 of the things that have changed in the amendment, originally it was it gave us a year basically to hold on to the pictures of license plates. We've reduced that to 30 days, no more than. So that's 30 days after final adjudication. So final adjudication is either an individual pays the fine or they appeal it, and then finally a judge rules on the case. So after that, it gives us 30 days. That's just an administrative leeway, and that data will be destroyed. I think in answering your question, it's also important for the public to understand that this is just license plates. This is not people. No pictures are taken that way. We have offered and will continue to offer privacy groups the right to tell us who they would prefer as a third-party data auditor. That third-party data auditor is the second provision that we added to the amendment, that we will have a independent third-party data auditor to ensure that we're doing what we said we were going to do insofar as destroying the data. The other thing that's notable is on our turnpike today, we take pictures of license plates. That's how E-ZPass happens. We have a track record of being very responsible with its data. We do not comply with requests for that data from anyone without a court order, with the only exception being a capital crime, murder, or an act of kidnapping. In those cases, we will cooperate to stop those crimes in progress. Other than that, we have an extensive multi-decade track record of protecting consumer data and the pictures of license plates. We do not share that. We do not release them without a court order. Now, what I will say in this program, it's even tighter than that, because by virtue of the fact that it's only 30 days retention, that data just simply won't exist for any type of federal, I think that was the substance of your question, request. Tough luck, we don't have it. It's destroyed. And in the time that it's actually being managed, that's part of the judicial branch, and that's not discoverable by a federal agency in that manner. So thank you for the question.
Senator Nangle.
So I want to follow up on Senator Farren's comments, that, we didn't bring the executive director up here. First, you're the one who asked him to sit in that seat. And secondly, there is not a single section in this legislation that has not been altered. So I think it's reasonable to ask the executive director the questions.
Response or?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just making the point.
I'm extremely happy to answer any and all questions. I think it's great. And again, for all the members on the committee, Yeah, my back gets up a little bit when I talk about my people and how hard they work. And I apologize if I got a little emotional there, but this is life and death for our folks. And I do appreciate the committee's indulgence.
Representative Bishop and then Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my time that I served in law enforcement for several years, I participated in many traffic details, specific details that were removed from road patrol geared towards either seatbelt enforcement or
Yeah.
speed enforcement.
Yeah.
They were usually in 4-hour blocks. In the event I was 10 minutes into a detail and I came across a stop that resulted in OUI or anything else,
Yeah.
I was often removed for that 4 hours.
Right.
Often skewing that data and removing me from the goal
That's right.
of
Yeah.
what I was trying to enforce.
Right.
So it would actually make my numbers look low because of the amount of content that I received from one stop. Does that make sense?
It absolutely makes sense, which is the real problem. Even if just in a hypothetical world where we could put 300 troopers out on the turnpike. The problem is state troopers do participate in work zone enforcement all the time.
That being the
But,
case.
oh, I'm sorry, continue.
How many per shift do you have on the turnpike right now?
Well,
Of the 35 allocated to the turnpike, how many per shift?
Right, you can pretty much cut that in half and come up with about how many are out there at any given time. It's not exact, but it's a little more than a dozen or so can be out there on the length of the turnpike, 109 miles. We pay for all that, and like I said, we are trying to increase those numbers. But I think you brought up a great point. Even if those folks are in the work zones, and I think I mentioned in my confirmation hearing that we had a state trooper killed in New Hampshire, and Maine State Police did that investigation for us in a work zone. The minute that state trooper goes off and reacts to a reckless driver or a DUI driver, they're off the work zone. And that work zone is then uncovered. The virtue of this program is it doesn't have to respond. So it's just there for the duration of the shift.
Thank you. Senator Farren.
Madam Chair, I just asked maybe for a follow-up, we could ask Melody to reach out to the state police. My understanding is out of the 109 miles with those 35, that there's typically 5 troopers because of vacations, the shift.
It's
work
all
and
sorts of
everything,
stuff,
so
yeah,
all kinds of stuff into that. And so far, as of yesterday, they've written 544 speeding tickets on that 109 miles. They're actively doing those pieces.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a breakout on the work zone. So I think it'd be good to confirm that, and maybe that's something that the committee would have some interest in, that, that they are enforcing these laws.
They
and
absolutely
working
are.
on that.
They
This is in
absolutely are.
addition to that. So
Yeah.
those are numbers that I have, and be interested if we could confirm that for the committee.
No, thank you.
Certainly. And I would say, I do think that this is an important part of this conversation because clearly we have Troop G for a reason. It is one arm of enforcing and managing speed concerns. So I do think, Senator Farren, that that's an important piece. Representative Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few questions of clarity. I think some of them were kind of answered, but I did also want to say that while we're working this bill and it's in our committee, there have been several colleagues of mine that have asked me specific questions, and some of those I'm going to ask you. And so I think that, this is something that people are watching, hence the press and all of that. So we all know how important this is, and I hope you understand that as well,
Absolutely.
Director. You mentioned there were no points assessed because this is just a pilot program. It doesn't
right.
have to do with regular law enforcement. So the other question was, someone asked me, can insurance companies get info on
No,
violations?
they
Okay,
cannot.
that's what I figured. And also, is it available to private companies? And I think you answered that question. You said protecting that consumer data, and only if it was in the case of murder or kidnapping.
Would that even be shared with a law enforcement? It will never be shared outside MTA or law enforcement, the judicial branch specifically.
All right, I really appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Okay.
let's keep going.
Moving on to the appeals process. So we've added, I'm sorry.
Director, I apologize. I didn't see your hand. Representative White.
Thank you. Just a simple question. You keep referring to plates. What happens if it's a fleet vehicle, a rental car or something of the sort?
Yeah, that is something that we are going to work with to designate every, our Easy Pass system has to deal with that as well. So it's something we deal with today, that violations, in other words, if there are unpaid fines on a rental car, that has to be disaggregated from personally registered vehicles. What you see is when you look up that registration, we will have the partnership of, I believe it's called ILETS. Is it ILETS? Inlet system. It does indicate whether that's a fleet vehicle or not. So we would manage those fines differently.
All right, please continue.
Thank you. And I am sorry, I have this organized through section headings. I'm not going through.
Or just the section heading.
So I was about to start on the appeals process.
And I think what I'll recommend is that Director Briere finish his talking points and then we'll have Melanie walk us through the actual written language.
Thank you. So on the appeals process, well,
I think we're on page 5.
okay. What we've added is, was discovered as a best practice in some other states, which is an internal MTA review step before it's the judicial branch is involved. What other states have found is that the overwhelming number of questions from somebody receiving a violation are around things that they're just not informed. They think it takes points off their record. They think there's some insurance implications, so they're considering fighting it. The addition of the internal review step just gives us an opportunity to answer any questions before an individual can make their own decision as to whether to contest the violation in the judicial branch. What most states have found is that takes care of well over 70% of the questions or needs for appeal. And in our own legal counsels work very extensively with judicial branch, and they're also comfortable with this step. For an appeal, the owners have 30 days to pay or contest, and they're entitled to an informal hearing as part of that step, either remote or in person. And again, that's more of an educational tool than anything else. I talked about privacy, some additional protections. I think as the committee knows, defenses allowed are a stolen vehicle. Oh, sorry.
Yep, just one moment. Senator Nangle.
So with these hearings with the authority, I'm assuming you're setting up like a gatekeeper for the judicial branch. Will anything the violator says be used against him in court?
No, and it won't be shared. This is more than anything else. This is just an informational step. The person does not give up their right to appeal to a judge. It just gives us an opportunity to explain things and clear up any misunderstandings. And we also can dismiss them if they have one of the defenses. So if as part of that initial review step, they say, well, my car was stolen, I've got the police report, they can provide that to us, so we could just do away with the fine at that point. Non-payment of any fine leads to vehicle registration.
Director,
sorry.
sorry, excuse us. Senator
on.
Nangle.
I thought we would go into section number 2 here and says they request a hearing to contest the violation. They'll be issued a violation summons and complaint. So does that mean if they request a hearing, they're going to get the summons, which will then affect insurance rates?
Nope, it will not. So the reason that terminology is used, terms of art, is the judicial branch didn't want the clock to start until they actually make an affirmative decision that they're going to appeal. Because ahead of that time, the clock wouldn't be working and we can just either dismiss it or they can pay the fine and it never results in a summons. The judicial branch in conversations with them, and I can provide a formal written answer to this if you'd like. Our counsel has had extensive conversations with them. It will not be reported, no points assessed. It would just be a hearing before a judge that listens to what their defense would be.
And this doesn't go on the driver's record?
No, it does not.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there a section that says that? Because all I've read so far is this is considered a violation and this section is considered a traffic infraction. Well, that's going through a red light, that's going through a stop sign, that's speeding, that's all those which all do affect.
Yeah, and this would, John?
End of section 4.
Yeah.
Section 4. Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
4B, is that what? But
It's the top of
Yeah.
page 4.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
As I said before, there also will be a rulemaking process whereby details are filled in. And certainly members of this committee are welcome to provide input into that administrative rulemaking. Those are technical rules only, setting grace periods, things like that for implementation. Nothing that would affect the actual legislation itself. For legislative oversight, members of the committee are well aware that we report to you within 3 months of the conclusion of the pilot program to ensure accountability and provide program evaluation. This is a limited, transparent, privacy-protected program aimed, as I said, at just reducing and calming speeds through our work zones. As the MTA, this is a pilot that we want to contribute to the overall body of knowledge of the industry. So what we've also committed to during this pilot is to look at other work zones, look at work zones that don't have the camera speed enforcement deployed, and see if the existence of enforcement positively affects behaviors in other work zones. To our knowledge, no other state that has this program has looked at that. That's a key piece of data we're also seeking to get an answer to at the conclusion of the program.
I have Representative White and then Perry.
You started to refer to what would happen if they didn't pay their fines, and then you were interrupted. Could you go back to that thought, please?
Sure. So if just like any type of failure to pay a fine, if there is a failure to pay fine, I think technically, how long is that, John?
Well, it'd normally be 30 days after the final adjudication, so they will declare it after the judgment or.
Yeah. And this would only affect the vehicle itself, the ability to re-register the vehicle if there's a failure to pay fine over that time.
Yes.
Thank you. So back to the fact that we're relying on the post office. Somebody goes through a speed zone, at 12 miles over, 14 days later, does it again. Receives a fine. Never receives anything in the mail.
There's
30 days
yeah.
later, so then 12 months later or 11 months later, they go to re-register their vehicle and their registration suspended. That sounds like a nightmare to fix.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question. I can say it just like any other summons, if someone were to get, all those come through the mails. When people register their vehicle, they're responsible for changing that address if they do move. If they provided email as part of their vehicle registration, that's always an option to contact via email as well. During rulemaking, we'll set how many repeated warnings, but it's not just going to be a one and done. There would be multiple notifications of failure to pay.
I would also echo, I think, Representative White's concerns. I think it might be helpful to have that spelled out.
Oh, yeah, we can
To
do that.
better understand, right, that we're not just going, you have 30 days to pay, you don't, and then when you go to register your car,
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful to see what the progression of notification would look
Sure,
like.
we're more than happy to provide recommended language to that effect.
Okay. Representative White, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, you just said something that I've never received a summons in the mail for, when I've had a speeding ticket as a young guy. It's been a lot of years, but they've always handed it to me. That was my summons. I've never then received. I mean, every time I've been involved in anything, it's been in person. How is it? This isn't like anything else because we don't do things through the mail like this. So I don't see how we don't, you don't mail court summonses. That's what we have sheriff's departments for. If somebody's suing you, they knock on your door,
Yeah.
right?
I would argue that we just took up a separate bill that does use the same protocol for parking tickets.
And usually vehicle re-registration, you get those notifications through mail most of the time.
Okay, Senator Farren.
Right. You're a registered owner, yeah.
And in other states, but unfortunately, the bad experience of you can get caught speeding in non-work zone places and get a speeding ticket mailed to you.
Seems like this committee might have a few experiences that they have learned from.
Madam Chair,
Many years.
Madam Chair, I will tell you that I told the executive director when we were working on this, that he's probably looking at somebody that puts on 40,000 miles a year and is probably one of the worst offenders. So this is a wake up call for a lot of people.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned something just a second ago about rulemaking, and these are just technical changes. And I've had a lot of experience back when I was in Marine Resources with technical changes that literally changed everything. So I think that this is something that should come back before the committee if you're going to make changes like that. I mean, I get nervous every time I hear minor technical changes.
It wouldn't be a
because-
change to the legislation. That's not what rulemaking is for. Rulemaking is to amplify or fill in the gaps on how we're going to do a particular thing. But what I can say is, and even if it's part of the legislation, more than happy to have this committee approve.
I think
the
that is what
technical
I'm,
rules.
yes, I think I'm
Yeah.
hearing that from myself and other members is we would like to see that
We can
spelled out
Yeah,
more directly
sure.
in the legislation.
And if it passes, we're more than happy to do that and submit and these are just implementation steps, more or less. This wouldn't change any substance of the legislation. It's things like, what does the form letter look like? How often do you get it? That type of thing. But we're very willing to submit that for this committee's approval.
Yeah, no, that triggers me.
Yeah.
Being here for as long as I have and how things that were supposed to be little
Sure.
tiny changes turn into really big changes. That's
Understood.
Representative Eaton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being someone that does not live near any highway, I live in Deer Isle, Maine. This may sound like a really obscure question. What is the speed limit on the highway? And what is the speed limit when it's a work zone? Because
Yeah.
I'm trying to wrap my brain around what it would feel like to be going from, 70
Right.
to, is it 55? Is it 45? Like, just
Yeah.
give me an idea of what numbers we're actually talking about, because my speed limit on the island is 45.
Yeah, there's a lot of science behind it. And a lot of these provisions are contained what's called the MUTCD, which is followed by every DOT and turnpike in the country. So on most stretches of the turnpike, it's 70. Work zones decrease that speed depending on the nature of the work zone. So you will typically see about a 10-mile-an-hour reduction if it's a standard work zone. If you have real changes in geometry, it can go down 15 miles an hour. That's less common along the turnpike, more common along DOT stretches. But all this is based on the actual configuration of the work zone itself and the highway itself. Some of it's judgment. Some states use an 85, to determine what the speed limit is on a given stretch of road. A lot of states use an 85% speed threshold. In other words, they do a study, they see what's the 85th percentile of people going on that street, and that's usually the speed. Not every state does that, but a lot do. For our turnpike, it really does depend on the few stretches that it decreases, usually a narrowing, some change in traffic configuration like that.
Senator Farren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as we're continuing this, and I'm trying to take some notes of that folks are talking about, is if we want to see some of this that comes back, that's good. That's good feedback to get support. I just think we need to be really clear on what it is we expect to get back in the language, right? This rulemaking in this piece is like the form letter that's going to go. How granular does the committee want to get? Because this is a pilot program that goes away if it doesn't come back in front with a report back. And there's going to be some learning pieces and some changes that need to be done. So as we're trying to progress this bill, I just want to be clear of what the committee's expectation is that they want to see back and they want to see in this language so that we can keep it moving forward. Because we're at the end of January now, we got April 15th. And so I really need some feedback on how granular we need to get, or what the expectations of the committee is.
I would like to request language in an amendment that outlines the communication post.
Passage, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm not sure if that's what I meant. I would like to see, before we vote on a final bill, I would like to see language that explains what the notification of violation looks like from the initial violation notification by mail, right? A warning, the violation occurs at least 14 days later, you receive that violation by notice. What further communication on what timeline will take place prior to it affecting your registration? Because I think that what you identified is there's going to be confusion. This is a new system. It's outside of the criminal system. We're talking about this new thing that could initially affect a whole bunch of people, maybe some folks on this committee. And so I do think it's important so that we can go back to our communities and say, no, this is what we've committed to as far as clarity. I think that would be helpful. Senator.
And I would think, not speaking for the director, but I think as we're putting that time frame together and that communication, I mean, that 14 days, we might want to take a look at whether that's 21 days, just throwing things out there as we're putting that together to make sure that there's not a clog up and there's plenty of time communications. Because again, going back to it, we want to change behavior, not have people end up in not being able to register their cars.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, and I think to follow up with that, I think that if this works out perfect, that 3 months that the signs are up there saying camera controlled and people are getting warnings that slows traffic down, or whatever. And I don't know if it was another part of this that I just thought of on the signage when we talked about having the signs and stuff like that. I'm really for, and the director has said we can't do it, but other states do it, so I don't know why we can't do it, is on these camera signs and on these speed signs, if they're going 5 miles over or whatever, it triggers blue lights. Because I just drove from here to Florida, and almost every state that had them has the blue lights that are triggered in those work zones. And nobody was speeding in work zones.
Yeah.
5 miles over was a heavy speed in there. So there was several states, I don't know the exact number, but it just seemed to slow traffic down. And it started way before the work zone, like at the first sign, before you got into the main work zone.
Right, could I address that? So thank you for that. Yeah, so, and I'm sorry if you took something different out of what we've talked about privately, but what state police are across the country are quite clear about opposing is not necessarily the use of blue lights when it's coupled with enforcement. It's when it's uncoupled to enforcement. In other words, it's just informational. So if we were to say in the case of these mobile units, that if activated or if you're in excess, that there would be blue lights associated with that, I think that's possible. It's when it's not associated with any other types of enforcement. What multiple studies have found is that that's problematic. What it does is it desensitizes people to the blue lights, and law enforcement usually is quite sensitive about that. I would say if that is a desire to, maybe it's one, maybe we test it. It's a testing program. And maybe if we test it with one site associated with blue lights, that's always possible. And what, if I can make one recommendation, that is something we can put, that's an implementation step that we can actually put into rulemaking. And I thought that's where you were going earlier. If we could recommend language also that says what we said in here, that any rules associated with rulemaking will be submitted and approved by the Transportation Committee post passage, we're very comfortable with that. The problem with rulemaking before passage kind of doesn't work. But we could address the timing of notifications. And stipulate that we would submit rules to the committee for approval, if that's the desire of the committee.
I do not I'm not asking for the rulemaking process to then go through approval because I think that delays the implementation significantly.
It would.
Senator Farren.
I just, Senator, I'm looking at theories on my, if that's something we want to take a look at right now, number 20.
Sorry, under 2054, blue lights are not allowed on those trailers. So that's a legislative piece that we have now, that they can't do it now. And that's something we'd have to change in legislation or whatever. But I'm just saying, when you ask why haven't they done it, it's not allowed right now.
Okay, so that's something that could be updated also. Representative.
Well, and that was my thought, this being a pilot program. If we're going to have a pilot program, let's use stuff that they're using in other states that under my anecdotal driving through them, people weren't speeding. So, and I think that's our goal.
Okay. Senator Nang.
Are you done with all the?
I am,
Okay.
sir.
So where will the laser camera be placed?
Yeah, so,
like, where are you going to be looking for the speed?
and it's hard because I know not all of you were in the briefings, but all of you should have received the slide deck at some point. There is a depiction of the work zone on the second to the last page. I know it's a little small, but I can pass it around. So it's compressed obviously here, but these are 2 4-foot by 4-foot white camera warning signs ahead of the vehicle that actually measures the speed. So right now, according to the legislation that exists, there'd be 2 large signs. Like
Okay.
I said at the beginning, we're open to adding more if that's the sense of the committee.
Senator.
So I want to make sure that if we're going to if this passes, that we're only looking at areas where workers are present.
That is in the legislation. Yes, sir.
Okay. And are they using laser or Doppler radar?
There are multiple methods that can be used. Most of them use radar.
Okay. And what is the training program by the vendor?
Yeah, all these people are, again, there'll have to be an RFP associated with it, but every single company that provides this service to other states, there's calibration requirements, there's measurement requirements, there's training requirements associated with the employees that actually operate the equipment. They have to pass certifications that are associated with the equipment.
I think every police officer in the state that uses radar has to go through the Criminal Justice Training Academy, or is that covered during some other process?
Yeah, if you want me to answer that, I'm happy to. You, as a reserve, you could be trained in the operation of a specific radar unit. The radars themselves have an annual calibration that
Yeah,
they have to
that's
go
right.
through, and then that officer checks that calibration during a shift in order to issue a ticket. But
I mean, when I was a reserve, we had to go to the Criminal Justice Training Academy for a 1-day course on radar, but okay.
There are requirements nationally that these companies, again, certify with, and that would be contained in the RFP, what those requirements are.
All right, so I'm going to suggest, unless there are follow-up questions, I'm going to suggest we have Melanie walk Senator Nangle.
We have a representative from the ACLU here, Alicia Reed, who'd like to get up and present some statistics as well. Is that all right?
Okay.
I hope I said your name right.
It's Alicia Ray, like
Ray.
Representative Ray, but not spelled the same way. I unfortunately do have a 10-page memo to go along with my, I'm so sorry. I'll give you a copy as well.
It's a
That
work
seems-
session for a reason. There's work to be done. So
Yeah.
here we go.
She's got.
Hi, folks. As Senator Nangle said, my name is Alicia Ray. I'm a policy fellow with the ACLU of Maine, which is a statewide organization committed to advancing and preserving civil liberties guaranteed by both the Maine and U.S. constitutions. As Executive Director Briere mentioned, the MTA has been really wonderful working with us over the past 5 months. However, our opposition to this resolve remains. And that's for a number of reasons. What I want to talk to you about is first, the proposed vendors that the MTA has provided to us. Second, just the inherent issues with automated traffic enforcement, and those include the process and privacy issues. And third, issues with third-party audits, if I might. So the first part, the vendors that are proposed. So the vendor list provided to us included AccuSensus Limited, Altumint, American Traffic Solutions doing business as Vera Mobility, Blissway, Blue Line Solutions, Indra USA, Genoptic, Meta Traffic, Modaxo, Sensescato, and SiteStream. I did a little digging into these companies, and the vast number of these companies have numerous class action lawsuits that they are facing for violations of state constitutional due process rights, as well as other state laws. Those state constitutional due process rights are process issues, so I'll get to those in a moment. In addition to those state violations of law, there are also repeated allegations of unethical behavior and other misconduct involving these automated traffic enforcement vendors. AccuSensus Limited is originally an Australian company. They also have a United States headquarter here in Las Vegas. They began with their failure to comply with Quinlan's AI governance policy, which had been set out for them. They immediately violated that policy. the AccuSensus platform that would most closely align with automated traffic enforcement here, which is called Harmony, appears to not have been deployed in the US. Further than that, they also have a platform called Heads Up Real-Time Technology, and that relies on an in-vehicle camera capture. So it takes a photo of what your behavior is inside the windshield, and uses that to train its language learning models, or image learning models, I guess is the more appropriate thing here, to categorize your behavior as good or bad. And it requires further police action to stop vehicles later down the line. So that's the platform they have deployed in the US. That only applies to commercial vehicles. Genoptic has, they have a wide variety of products, but they combine automated license plate readers with radar sensors, and they send violations to law enforcement. So law enforcement also has to intervene in real time. So I know that's part of the discussion here today. Modaxo has a similar issue. In Newport, Rhode Island, they installed a speed camera in the wrong location and then charged the city $90,000 to relocate it, even though they installed it in the wrong location. They also issued 38 incorrect citations due to a range of defects, including the vendor's own failure to appear in court, jurisdictional issues, and a police officer's retirement, and those had to be dismissed. City staff in Raleigh, North Carolina, recommended against renewing that contract due to a lack of support for that program. Census Gato has similar operational failures. Erroneous tickets were issued. A typographical error on their forms sent folks to an unsavory phone line. And then thousands of tickets had to be dismissed after the vendor failed to meet state statutory laws. SiteStream has similar issues. They're relying on Nolet's Nova Cloud hosting client for data storage. I also couldn't find that they've successfully won any of their RFPs in the US. I also, as I mentioned, AccuSensus Limited could not find a US version of their automated traffic enforcement. The same for Blissway, but that doesn't mean there isn't any. It's just what I could publicly find available. So that's the issues with the vendors, and that's a comprehensive review from pages 1 through 7. Then we turn to just the inherent issues with automated traffic enforcement. So automated traffic enforcement relies on automated license plate readers. And so I am trying to adapt to the amendment that was brought forward today, which sounds like it would only be capturing and storing the information of violators, which is an improvement. However, we are still trusting these companies who have many lawsuits against them, ethical violations, and operational failures with that data here. These are for-profit companies. I've also included how they're financed and how much money and financing they have for your reference. So why should we trust them that they're only collecting and holding the data of violators? They also, in a lot of these instances, collect and sell all the data that they're collecting. So what's to say that they aren't passively collecting images of everyone who's driving by, even if the statute says you may only collect the images of violators? Beyond that, we have privacy issues. So anytime you're collecting and storing massive data sets, they are vulnerable. That is to intentional data breaches. So we have a lot of examples of misuse. Unfortunately, in the law enforcement sector, we have stories of former officers stalking partners and that sort of abuse. This is obviously not like prolific, but any instance of this is going to be harmful and something we want to try to prevent as the ACLU of Maine. So we do have numerous instances of that, like direct misuse, but there are also inadvertent data breaches that occur. I'm sure you all have had the experience that I have, where you get a notification that your bank gave away your social security number or your healthcare system did. And that's just because there are bad actors in the world trying to gain your information at all times. There are also inaccurate configurations that often happen. I recently have been doing some FOA work, and a lot of these ALPR companies have not read our statute, and our current ALPR regulation says 21 days is the retention statute. Sounds like we're talking about 30 days for this pilot program, but lots of law enforcement agencies have had to go back and adjust their data retention for that. So those are some of the inherent issues. We also have the due process issues. Sorry, there is a lot of beef with these. So we have an issue with automated traffic enforcement being materially different from traditional speed ticketing processes. In the traditional process, speed is assessed by law enforcement with or without the assistance of technology. The officer observes the alleged violation and exercises their discretion based on their training, context, and they get to decide based on an interaction whether or not to issue that citation. The driver of the vehicle receives contemporaneous notice of the ticket and the process through which that can be challenged. Under automated traffic enforcement schemes, those processes are condensed and the ticket comes at some point later, and you may not even remember that driving experience. It's also issued to the registered owner of a vehicle rather than the driver who's allegedly responsible for that violation. And that's something that most states have struggled with and have, as a result, some states just dismiss those tickets. Other states have really wrestled with how to deal with those. Finally, we have the third-party audits. While we very much appreciate the MTA inviting us in to third-party audits, they simply cannot prevent harm. They just address after a harm has occurred. That's true for if there are inadvertent breaches, intentional breaches of data security, if there are, just as I mentioned, registered owner versus driver issues. There's just a lot that can't be prevented if you're moving to an automated system that can be prevented if you are not doing that. And so I'm happy to try to answer any questions that I can. I realize that was a lot of information very quickly.
Okay, Representative Montel and then Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Ray. You mentioned, I think I heard you say something that you tried to FOA the information. Did I hear that right?
So I've been FOAing information about automated license plate readers that law enforcement has been using.
Mm-hmm. And were you successful?
I have been successful in some towns, yes.
So are you saying that if MTA had this data for 30 days, somebody could FOA to get that information, which would be really unlikely?
No, not the license plate information. That is confidential under our ALPR statute.
I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying.
I've been trying to track how the contracts came into place. That has been the focus of my FOA.
Okay, how the working with those vendors, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Representative Bishop.
Thank you. You had said that you've been working with the MTA on this. Is this a list of potential vendors, a list that they asked you to compile that you worked on with them?
So they provided this list of vendors to us, and this research is all me independently going off into the world and Westlaw.
Okay. Redirect. So any of these vendors are not specific to the MTA or anything yet. This is all your research as a blanket type.
So the MTA sent this list to us and the other states who are using these vendors. Some of them didn't have other states that were using them because they aren't implemented in the US yet. But they provided the list and said, are any of these any good? And I believe the answer is no.
And to your knowledge, are there other companies that are not on this list that provide this service? Are there more?
I did not research that, no.
Okay.
Nangle and then Fair.
So one thing I want to clear up is we're talking about automated license plate readers. I get the sense that a human will review those pictures. Does that alleviate any of your concerns that a human's reviewing them?
As you may have heard, I have a lot of concerns. And one of them is the collection and massive data set that is collected in the first instance. So human intervention at that point does not alleviate that concern. It also is the fact that these third-party vendors will be holding those data sets and holding that collection. I must be honest, I am not sure who holds the EasyPass tolling data at this point, who's the collector and holds that information. But I was not around when that system was set up in Maine. So, right. So I would say I have much more trust in the MTA than I do in these third-party for-profit vendors.
Senator Farren.
Thank you. The question, I do believe that there's other companies that provide this, and it's easy to target the ones that have issues with, we talk about here in the state of Maine that, a driver's license is a privilege, not a right. And we're trying to safety. We had 16 workers killed and 2 recently.
Yeah.
And I look at some of the recommendations on the other side, as far as controlling zones and trying to do that. I think we've implemented a bunch of those and have tried to do that. I just wonder if the ACLU has an opinion about how we protect where are the workers' rights and protecting them in these work zones.
Yeah, it has been tragic to hear about this. And I was at the press conference today just to try to gain a deeper understanding of that too. And I feel for the families and the workers. I will say my area of expertise is civil rights and constitutional law. It is not traffic vendors usually. I did my best in this research. And you'll see there are a lot of legal citations here and a lot of lawsuits here. And so I'm bringing the privacy concerns to you. If the MTA identifies more vendors, I'm happy to research them, look into them. But our concerns on privacy remain because these are unreliable for-profit vendors. And that doesn't protect Maine people.
Representative Angeles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Ms. Ray, for being here and walking us through your memo. I'm going to out myself as not a lawyer here when I ask this, but the difference between, you noted that the due process concern around the automated taking of license plate data versus somebody observing a speeding violation. I want to go back because we did last week just hear a bill that has the same distinction in parking garages where we talked about the difference between a parking attendant physically noticing violations and the system that is currently in place in certain garages where they just take a photo and you get it and you get a violation notice in the mail. So this is like already in place for parking. Can you why wouldn't you have the same concerns for that you might for something like this?
Sure. I mean, parking is inherently different from speeding in terms of public safety. So I do want to just set that up as a principle. But I would also say that when you are issued a speeding citation, you are on notice as the driver that you were the person committing the moving violation, right? That is the part that we're concerned about. You are the person using the vehicle in that dangerous way. And so you need to be on notice that that's not appropriate on the roadways of Maine. And under this system that is being proposed here, you won't receive notice of that for 14 days. A parking violation is, are you harming anyone by parking in an incorrect garage? I don't know the details of that bill, to be clear. And so I'm not really sure what that is, but these are two very distinctly different situations, I would guess. I also will admit that I am trying to respond live to the amendments brought today. And so I might be missing part of the amendment that takes care of that concern, but I do not believe that part is addressed by the amendments.
Okay, seeing no other questions. Thank you, Ms. Ray, for being
Thank you so
here.
much.
I would encourage the committee to now go over the actual specific language of the amendment so that we're all very clear in what we have before us. Thank you, Melanie.
I can go through the markup with you, but also just to orient you to what came from me in front of you. You have, three different packets. One is the bill as printed. One is the summary of the sponsors amendment, and one is a side-by-side. The purpose of the side-by-side, I think, would be helpful for going through it, just so you can see the differences that were brought in the amendment, because some of this language hasn't changed. And then depending on what the committee wants, you can go to the respective charts for the bill as printed for considerations from me. And again, these are like drafting considerations, technical considerations, no policy considerations.
So are we looking at
Positions.
blue paper or white paper?
So you can look, I'll go through the white paper, unless you want me to go through the blue paper to do the comparison. I guess I'll leave that up to you.
Let's start with the white paper.
Okay.
To be clear, yeah.
Yep. So let me just make sure that I know what's happening. So section 1 of the bill. It says there's already an error on one of the charts. The side by side says there's no change there. There is a change that it notwithstands other provisions of law, including but not limited to Title 29, Section 2117 is the traffic camera law, and Title 29A, Section 2117A is the automated license plate law. I included that on the buff colored paper. I will note the Turnpike is accepted to those laws currently. So this isn't saying that this is a new thing. It's just clearing up that even for this program, it remains. And then section 2 of the bill is dealing with definitions. It takes out the definition of limited access highway. So that's no longer in the bill. And the numbers that are highlighted, if it's just a number highlighted, that's just a conforming change. So, and then it adds the definition of an owner. So an owner this is brand new. This was not in the bills printed. An owner being a person whose name a motor vehicle is registered under the law of jurisdiction. So, and then it specifies who that can include. This is similar to the definition of owner that's used in the Easy Pass legislation, saying that it's going to the person whose name is on vehicle. That is considered the owner. Then section 8 is dealing with the definition of what is this system. The system is comprised, it's saying it's a device having one or more motor vehicle sensors connected to the camera that records the date, time, speed, location, license plate, and make and model of the vehicle. And also it's the software systems and anything used to process vehicle data.
Melanie, can I ask a question about that, which maybe we need to come back to, but if we're just taking a picture of a license plate, how would we know what the make and model of the vehicle is?
So I would that's
Okay.
definitely an implementation question.
Okay.
It was my understanding that it would potentially be more than license plate because there's some additional language. So I think that would need to be cleared up either in this resolve, the committee says it can only do this and only take a picture of the license plate, or if it can include like make and model. And I'm not sure how that then differentiates from the Easy Pass. So that would be a implementation procedural question for the Turnpike.
Thank you.
In section 3, which is on page 2, it is changing the requirement to it. So the must to a may. So it's saying the Turnpike can do this. It's not saying they have to do this. And then it changes because limited access highway is no longer a definition. It just specifies this would be taking place on the Turnpike. There's some, I would call them somewhat technical changes, just clarifying that there's in section 3, subsection 2, paragraph B, just clarifying that it's at least 2 signs. Reasonable distance, notifying that drivers that the system is operational. So that definition is pretty much the same. But it's saying that at least, so it gives the authority that there could be more than 2 signs, but there has to be 2 signs, but there could be more. Then paragraph C is taken out of the bill, so then it would be a new paragraph C, so that highlighted one. That's a conforming change. But the one that says an appropriate sign is conspicuously placed, it says within rather than at the end of the highway work zone. So it doesn't just have to be at the end, it'd be throughout. And then paragraph D is a conforming change if paragraph C is taken out. Subsection 3 talks about when the system can take these recorded images. So it's any recorded image collected as a part of the system. It can't be used for any purpose. And this is the new language. So it takes out that surveillance, and the new language is other than the enforcement of section 4. And if an image of a driver or a passenger is recorded, the image may not be used for enforcement or other purposes, and the authority shall promptly delete the image. So that language is in there. For your consideration, then on page 3, subsection 5 takes out the language of subsection 5 as printed, and instead replaces it because that dealt with like when the pilot program has to commence. Obviously, July 1st, 2026, it's already happened. So it's just a little bit more flexible language in the sense that it's 1 year from the effective date of this resolve. So it's tying it to the resolve, not just a calendar date. And then subsection 6 is completely new in the amendment. This is talking about that warning period. So what Director Greer referred to as that pre-enforcement period. It's that time when only warnings will be issued. So it's saying that the beginning of the system can comprise of a warning period, and that's when the registered owner receives a notice of the speeding. The MTA has the ability to determine how long that warning period is, and during that warn period, the Turnpike is limited to the following activities: to gather data, which includes but is not limited to the volume and frequency of violations, and the issuance of speeding in a work zone for public awareness. And the notice, paragraph B of the new subsection 6, says what should be included in the notice. So that's all components listed in section 7, subsection 1. A description of the pilot program, kind of explaining why they're getting this, I suppose. And then paragraph 3, which is information on what are the forthcoming penalties. So this is the warning period, but if this weren't the warning period, this may be the penalty.
Melanie, can you hold on just one moment? Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is more for the committee. I think we need to put a number of days in there because there's nothing in there. And I also think that, what was the other thing? I lost half my train of thought. I do that regularly. Maybe you'll remember.
Just to clarify, you're asking in subsection 6 that the warning
There should be
period
a
be
number.
defined by
Yeah.
number of days. Okay, so that's something we can discuss. Senator Farren.
Yeah, just while we're doing that, I mean, to move things along, we heard that there's probably like a 3-month, do we do a minimum? Because when we're having the discussions about this, they might kick it out 4 or 5 months because of whatever. So it's a minimum.
So I would entertain people's opinions on at least 90 days of a warning period. I see nods. Yeah. Okay. Representative Montel.
I'm just thinking of like what that means as far as calendar, like this resolve, should it become law, would be what, 90 days after adjourn? Okay, I'm lost then. So what would that mean as far as like a calendar year? Because obviously not obviously, but do people speed more in the summer than they do in the winter? So I mean, like, I'm just trying to wrap my head around all that.
So my understanding is, as it's written, the Turnpike will have 1 year from this resolve going into effect to start the program. When that program starts, they will first enter into a warning period. So right now, we're defining what length of time at minimum that warning period will be. Okay, so there's some agreement. Melanie, if you would just note that language, at least 90 days.
Yes, I have that noted under the new subsection 6 related to the sponsors amendment. And then just to finish that section out, it's saying that the notice during this period, which if this amendment is adopted by part of the committee, all of the committee, will be that at least 90 days. It's specifying that this is not a notice of violation. So it's not what you'd get after the warning period when it's in full effect.
Representative Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm just curious, based on what Director Briere was saying about other states, like how are they doing it in other states? Are they doing the 90-day warning period? Like that's, like, it seems like it's so effective in other states. How are they doing? How is that being carried through?
Each state's different.
Okay. Would you just come up and say that on mic, please?
Thank you. There is really no consensus among states that have this program. Each state has slightly different as they implemented, both for length of the pilot as well as the length or existence of a pre-enforcement period. Not every state did a pre-enforcement period. Some states do a 1-year program, which I would argue just you can't collect enough data really to validate with 1 year. Some states just proceed to full legislation. It's really a mishmash. We think a 3-month pre-enforcement period is a good idea, so that we just use as an education period, just to educate people, saying this exists, it's coming, please slow down. What we're hoping is that the dynamic you've seen in other states after they go active, where they almost immediately see improvement, we hope we can get that improvement before the program even starts, so that our measure of success is how few violations we have to send out, not how many.
Representative Perry.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned, Madam Chair, about really spelling out that whole section in more detail about how, the 90 days, at least 90 days, and then how the implementation happens and how many days. Senator Farren mentioned about maybe 21 days instead of 14, and maybe a little more detail there.
I think that is in a separate section that we'll get to. Yep, I think that's in the violation section. All right, let's continue, Melanie. Thank you, Director Briere.
So now, moving to section 4 of the amendments on page 3, about halfway down. It's specifying that the speed limit is at least 11 miles, or the threshold is at least 11 miles per hour over the posted speed limit. So that at least language allows that ability for the Turnpike to say, actually, the threshold is 12 or 13, but it has to at least be 11.
Can I clarify just for my own brain right now? So if I am driving 10 miles over the speed limit, I'm not in violation. But as soon as I'm 11 miles or higher, then that's a violation. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
It also takes out that language, or it changes the original bill's language on the penalty for violating this, for speeding in a highway work zone. So it's saying that the violation is a traffic infraction, and then that's the language that the authority can change the threshold speed. And it's just saying that the threshold speed has to be at 11 or higher. Can't be 10, for example. And then subsection 1, paragraph A is just clarifying that the first violation that involves that vehicle, that's the warning, the same warning that someone, or similar, someone will receive during that warning period. And then the second violation, the new language is, so second violation and on, the $100 fine.
Representative White.
To your point just a moment ago, Madam Chair, not only 10 miles an hour over, you could still get a double fine and get points on your license. And then an hour later, the guy going 12 miles an hour over the speed limit could get a warning in the mail in 14 days.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. I would ask, the language involving that vehicle, is that to differentiate, someone who owns multiple vehicles and separate vehicles are in violation? They would not count against that one vehicle owner. It is separate violations per vehicle, regardless of if that vehicle owner has other vehicles that are also speeding.
That's how I'm reading it, but I'll defer to the sponsor for intent of the specification on that vehicle. That is how I'm reading it, though.
Okay, so Senator Farren, if I had 3 vehicles and I was speeding in one, received a violation, and then 3 weeks later was speeding in the second of my vehicles, it would also be a warning.
Still be.
Okay, thank you.
Subsection subsection 2 remains the same. Subsection 3 of section 4 is the part about the grace period. So the Turnpike Authority has the ability to establish a grace period following the issuance of a violation to the owner. So, and that's saying like during this grace period, a person can't receive another violation involving that vehicle. Just wanted to confirm there's no questions on that final like grace period.
If it just says by rulemaking, is that routine technical?
So in this resolve, it does say it's routine technical.
And is that the intention of the sponsor? Okay.
All right, section 5. This talks about the review of the recorded images. So this is saying that the authority or a vendor is going to review the images. And then if there's reasonable grounds to believe that the violation has occurred, I won't go through this whole thing because the first couple sentences are replacing the Department of Public Safety member and changing that to the authority or the vendor. So rather than a member of DPS reviewing it, it's going to be Turnpike or its vendor.
Senator Nangle.
So section 5 gives the Turnpike Authority permission to say to the vendor, just handle it. Just send out the notices as much as you want.
Well, to review this is just about reviewing the images.
Okay.
So I guess, yes, about sending the notices if the vendor determines.
Okay.
I'm going to also admit my lack of legal expertise with Representative Ankeles. The line is admissible as prima facie.
Yeah. So that's
Evidence.
the next. That's the next change. It's just.
I get the complaint.
So this is also where it's not my specialty, but essentially it can be, if there's an appeal, it can be submitted as evidence. And someone doesn't need to, from my understanding, I asked internally, doesn't need to come and say, ooh, this should be admitted. It will be admitted. Someone doesn't have to testify as to why.
Senator Nangle.
So what it means is that it's Latin for on its face. So the evidence that is provided, whether it be a picture or, whatever evidence is presented, is admissible as prima facie evidence of the facts contained in said certificate. So basically, that is saying that the court must assume that everything as far as the training and the signed certificate, all of that is prima facie evidence. So they really, most judges do admit like training certificates as prima facie evidence.
Representative Inkles and then White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a good opportunity to ask, does this amendment spell out in any way who, whether it's the Turnpike Authority itself that holds the data, the vendor, can we spell it? Does the legislature even have the ability to spell that out? Because that seems like that was something that was raised earlier in the work session, and I want to know more about that and how it works.
Yeah, let me just double check the sections with the section 11 talks about the personally identifiable information. I don't think it specifies who is responsible for retaining it, but it does have limits to what they can do with that data, and it is confidential data. So I guess that's up to the committee if you want to add language about who stores the data up to, yeah.
Representative White.
So while this is going through human review, if they see an incidental like a license plate light out or a registration that's overdue, are we gonna throw out another fine for that, or?
No, I believe that's stated on page 2, subsection 3. Any other, the image with any of the other that may not be used for enforcement or any other purposes and shall promptly delete the image.
Yeah, section 3, subsection 3. The major driver passing before the major that we should enforce it for the purpose.
Are there any questions on section 5? Okay, section 6 is discussing the duties of the operator, including operator training. So the first, I'll note like the first change is talking again as evidence admitted to like in a court proceeding. That's what that first paragraph changes. Everything else is the same. That first subsection is saying that the operator, so the person running the system, they have to complete a training, and that's offered by whoever made the system. And the subsection 2 has the daily log that the operator has to go through each day. And it states what that log has to include. Paragraph A is the same, but it's the date, time, location of the system's setup. Paragraph B is also the same as the bills printed. It's saying that the operator successfully performed in the system, passed the testing that's required by the manufacturer. Paragraph C is new. It's saying that the operator has to certify that workers, and in this case, workers referring to construction workers on the highway work zone, were present for the duration of the system's operation. And at any periods in which workers were not present, the operator has to note that time.
For clarification, you're using the term workers, not in the work zone, workers operating the system.
Yeah, I was really confused on that too, but it is workers in the highway work zone.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Took me a couple of reads to be like, wait, it's not just the operator if the operator's there. No, it's in the work zone.
Senator Nangle and then Farren.
Is it specify anywhere here that the operator is, who the operator is? Is it a representative of the Turnpike Authority? Is it a representative of the vendor?
Yeah. So it's a very similar construction to how Easy Pass operates today. They would be a contractor of us. In that same sense, you know, specifying where the data is located, all that data is under our authority, not under the third party. Similarly, the workers would be contracted to us. So if if this legislation is passed, a very detailed RFP will be put out. Once that RFP is selected, the contract's going to very clearly specify those operators of the actual vehicle that measures will be contracted to us, just like any other contract we have.
By the vendor?
Right. There'll be a company that bids on the contract.
Okay.
That then performs the obligations that are specified in the contract.
Senator Farren.
So I guess a question, Melanie, on definitions, should we add a definition of worker? Because we talk about public safety and just for that clarification that the House Chair asked, should we have that in there so it's clearly, especially if it's going to be tied to a violation?
You can certainly add a definition. I think another option would be to just in that section clarify a worker in a highway work zone, and then highway work zone is defined. So I think either way can.
Whichever's
achieve that
cleaner
goal.
and everybody feels good. And then just, I guess as we're working through, and I should have brought this up before, but I know there was a question on section 5, the concern, or I took it as authority of vendor about recording of the images, review and recording. Is that a concern for committee members? I mean, do we want it just to be the authority? Instead of the authority and the vendor? I mean, does that give people any additional level of comfort?
I don't think the privacy concerns are in which human beings are viewing it.
Okay.
I think the concern, my understanding was the concerns are if there were to be a breach that information wasn't protected. If I'm incorrect, someone please. Representative Ankles.
Okay, so maybe I should explain like why I asked the question I did before about who holds the data, because what I'm thinking of is you have the enforcement vehicle that takes the picture, and then it's first of all, who is owning that vehicle with the instrument on it, and then the transmitting of that data. Does it transmit directly to the MTA? And at what point would it ever have an opportunity to be captured by the person who sold us the cameras? That's kind of what I'm confused about that, because that doesn't make sense.
Well,
Okay, Senator Nangle.
well, what I'm reading is that basically the trucks or whatever, where the equipment is, are going to be owned and maintained by the vendor? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead. Yeah, come back up. Yeah. Yeah, just stay
we
there.
can get as detailed as the committee feels is necessary on the data piece. It is perfectly reasonable and operational if we were to say, you can specify anything. You can specify it can never touch the internet. You can specify it can only be transferred to a data warehousing controlled by MTA. Usually this would happen in the context of a contract. We're open to whatever is the comfort level of this agency. I can just say we do this business every single day and right now and without incident.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Senator Farren.
Yeah, and I guess what I was referring to was section 5, Senator Nangle, just above where, about the recording, the reviewing and the recording of the images. You asked a question about the authority of the vendor, and then we heard the ACLU talk about the vendor piece, and I was just wondering if that gave the committee a little more level of comfort if it was, because we heard also from the ACLU that they had confidence in the Maine Turnpike Authority, if it was the agency that reviewed those images before it took to the next step. And that was my question, was whether cutting the vendor out.
That has always been an option. And it's, right now we have third parties, that are under contract to us to help with various aspects of Easy Pass data. All those images for Easy Pass are 100% reviewed by MTA employees. We're perfectly comfortable parking that at MTA if that's the difference between this passing and this not, very frankly. And I hope, I hope the committee understands that the inputs from ACLU, I don't view that as a bad thing. I view that as a good thing. We've been very open. I think if you wanted to park that data and have only MTA, we can always hire contract employees to do that directly. We view the partnership with ACLU as ongoing and productive, and we'll continue being very open and available to them for any inputs. I told Michael, who's one of the lead folks here at ACLU, that if this passes, we'll continue to consult with them when we're putting the contract together, when we're ultimately selecting a third party to help us. But if we want to park the data at MTA and have only MTA employees be authorized to touch that, we're fine with that. We can make it work.
Okay. Yes, Senator Nangle.
So one thing I want to make sure is that the RFP won't include a fee to the vendor. So in other words, every time one of these notices goes out, the vendor gets $35.
There'll be no incentivization at all. And that, we're comfortable if that's in the legislation. Yeah. Yeah. That was our intent. There is no incentivization for, because again, our goal is to give as few of these as possible.
Director, is there a world in which a product
In a world.
in my imagination, I can imagine it's cost prohibitive for the Turnpike to develop and create this system of data collection.
Extremely expensive.
Okay, so you would want to use a third party. Is there a world in which purchasing a system, maintaining it and operating it with in-house without any third-party contracted labor, but bringing in the technology and doing it and storing it yourself, so this concern of this third party is eliminated?
I can tell you off the top of my head, we probably couldn't afford that. These vehicles are expensive.
Could you potentially, for a future work session, bring your best estimate of what that
could.
cost looks like?
We could.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I kind of agree with what Senator Farren mentioned about I think it should all be at MTA. I don't know, I always get nervous when tons and tons of, it's not tons, but
Yeah.
vendors have private information and, and if you do something wrong, you're in front of us and we can yell and scream at you.
Sure.
It's a lot harder to yell and scream at a vendor that's
Yeah,
outside. It's
I can
a little bit closer.
I can see that. And if it sounds like what I'm hearing is maybe we take one more look at this and see if we can construct maybe some language in such a way as to ensure that this data doesn't leave MTA channels. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think that is what you're hearing. I guess my response to Senator Farren in section 5 was that I thought all we were discussing was the review of that material, not so much the holding of the
That
data.
was the specific piece that we had gone over that I was.
Okay, so certainly I would be supportive of only authority staff reviewing the information. But I don't think that this section gets at the concerns about storing the data.
This is specifically reviewing the images.
Okay. We'll get to that part. So why don't we continue through? Are we on section 6, subsection 3?
Yeah, that's just also talking about that it's admissible as prima facie evidence. That's the only change. So it was always evidence. It's just, well, it wasn't. It's saying that it was. There was one part that it was. So it's just adding that. So. Section 7. This is talking about the actual notice that is sent to a person, and this is distinct from what is sent during the warning period. This is when the program, I guess I would say, is in full effect versus in the warning period. So that's what this section is talking about. And it lists the things that must be included in that notice. That's subsection 1. Paragraph A does not change, but it's a copy of the recorded image showing the motor vehicle with the motor vehicle's license plate visible, the registration number and state of issuance of the registration. So it would be like the main plate and the number, for example. Doesn't have to be from Maine, of course. Section C, the change is saying certification. It said verification, but certification, is more conforming language used elsewhere. So certification that the system was operating correctly at the time of the violation and the date of the most recent calibration check. Paragraph D adds to the date, time, and location of the violation, the speed that the vehicle is traveling. Paragraph E is certification that the work zone was active with workers. And again, this is referring to workers in the work zone present at the time the image was recorded. And that can be based on the log that was established by the operator. So in that section 6. And then paragraph F is also new. It says that in that notice of violation, a description of the owner's right to contest the violation with the authority, and that's set out in a new subsection 7A, and the contact information necessary to begin that contest.
Any questions from anyone on that? Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative White.
Just a quick statement. Earlier, you asked how they would know the make of the vehicle. A says copy of the recorded image showing the motor vehicle with the motor vehicle's license plate. So there'd be a picture of the whole vehicle.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Subsection 7A is all new, can't find it in the bills printed. If this was adopted, I will just say if the amendment, in some way was in a report, I think if it's just a strike and replace, this may end up being a section 8, and then the numbers would just to be clear, it may not remain section 7A. But that's what it is for now, just so you can compare it to the bill as printed. Subsection 1 is within 30 days of the violation, the owner either has to pay the fine or they can request a hearing to appeal the violation. And the hearing process is prescribed in rules. Subsection 2 says I'm going to go a little bit slow because I think it's kind of like one of those, if you choose this, then this will happen. So I'll go a little bit slow. So if the owner of the motor vehicle requests a hearing, but the authority said you did not provide a valid defense, the defenses are outlined in section 8, that's when the violation of summons and complaint is issued. But if an owner of a motor vehicle requests a hearing and the authority says that's a valid defense, the notice is dismissed. So there's no issuance of violation summons and complaint. So either they said a valid defense, not a valid defense, and then something happens. So if the authority says that if an owner requests a hearing by the authority and the authority says that is not a valid defense, and the owner fails to pay the required fine or to contest it. So basically, if the owner does nothing, then they're going to be issued a violation summons and complaint. And then any fines collected by the authority, just saying where the fines are gonna go, distribution as required by law for other traffic infractions. Subsection 6 is the rulemaking authority for this section, saying that the authority can adopt rules for determining what this appeal process is going to look like, including, and it specifies how it may occur, whether it's at a hearing remotely, over a phone call, online, like internet, or in person. And these are routine technical rules in this subsection 6. So that means it would not have to come back to this committee for review. But the rule still goes through the rulemaking process. Subsection 7 says that a hearing can be conducted by the system vendor, provided that the authority takes reasonable precautions. Those precautions would be described in rule to ensure that the vendor understands the hearing procedure and the rights of the owner of the motor vehicle. And the last subsection is that a hearing conducted under this section is informal, not subject to any rules of evidence.
Senator Farren, question. In that subsection 7, a hearing may be conducted by the system vendor. Would you suggest then that that hearing only be conducted by Turnpike Authority?
The committee, this is the work section. We go through to see what folks' thoughts are.
I don't want to make it unnecessarily burdensome. If Director Breer, if you could come up. In other states, are you aware of how the hearings are conducted?
It's a mix. It's a mix. In some places, the vendor's empowered to do that. Some it's not. As I said earlier, we're viewing this really as more of an educational step because there's only one valid defense. That's my car was stolen. It doesn't matter who was driving because we're not citing the person. There's no points assessed. We are citing the vehicle for going in excess speed. So if your brother or your kid, it really doesn't matter who was driving. It's the registered owner that's responsible for that fine. In terms of who conducts that more or less educational step, we put that flexibility in there. We're perfectly fine saying it's only us. It would just change how we do this. It would just mean we would then hire somebody to conduct that work.
Members of the committee, thoughts? Senator Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it should be kept with MTA. The less vendor extra information, the better.
And Representative Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just what Representative Perry said, I think it should be held in-house. I mean, we can scream at him.
And I love it. I really love it.
Representative White.
Call me old fashioned, but I think that you're supposed to go before a judge to do your bidding here. We're creating a whole parallel system to our courts and to our traffic system. We're going to have hearings and we're debating whether or not we can have a subcontractor do a hearing on a speeding ticket. Do you hear what we're saying? These are real numbers. We're talking about 2.5 million people that they radar this summer. And 1,075,000 of them were going in excess of 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. We're talking about giving them 11 miles an hour through construction zones. We're talking about giving them half a month, 2 months. You know, we're gonna throw out some warnings. We're gonna do this stuff. And this goes back to when we decided to stop enforcing this stuff during COVID. You know, we're supposed to be here representing the people of the state of Maine. There are laws on the books that we're supposed to be upholding. If the problem is that we don't have enough police, then we should do something about that. But we're talking about recreating our whole system. This is pilot program, yeah, but a pilot for what?
Okay, I appreciate your feedback, Representative White.
I think to
Melanie.
provide some clarification, because actually this took me genuinely a really long time to figure out, just as someone who's not really familiar with judicial proceedings. This would happen before, so it kind of gives the person an opportunity to appeal that before it gets to court. I think it maintains that violation of summons and complaint. This is like a pre-step to that, if it helps contextualize anything.
And I think the goal of this step specifically was to prevent the judicial system, which we know is already heavily overloaded, with hearings that may actually just be about the clarification of the process.
Right, it's to prevent the judicial branch from having to conduct education on the program. And that's really what this step is. It does not create a separate parallel system. Each person getting a violation is still has the ability to go before a judge.
Okay, thank you. So Melanie, I think from what I've heard from the committee, subsection 7 under section, I don't even know what we're at, 7A, would be, a hearing would be conducted by the authority.
Yes, and yes, I'm
You
just
can bring
making
us
sure that's
language.
not already, yes, okay. So I think then in that case, it may. Yeah, I think 7 could be, you could just take it out completely. If you were very concerned about it being conducted by someone else, then you could change the language and be like, it's required to be by a vendor. It may be a little redundant. That's what I was checking, if it would be redundant, but if the committee really wanted to ensure that it would be in-house, I suppose you could change that language to just say that outright.
I think being explicit in this case doesn't hurt anything and makes it very clear.
Okay. Okay. So keep section 7, but you not allowing the vendor to do it, but making it very clear that it's in-house. The Turnpike is doing this hearing. Again, I think that was implicit, but this is just making it very clear where this hearing is going to take place. I think that's in subsection 6 as well, like confirmed by that. Okay.
Right.
Just making sure I have that down.
Representative White.
So Madam Chair, back to my ill-guided youth. And I think Senator Nangle will support me in this. In other states, the hearing you go to prior to standing before a judge is a hearing with a magistrate. And that person has been through a degree of training that probably we don't have available just hanging around in the private sector or even in the Turnpike Authority. You know, once again, we're going down rabbit trails here that seem to be pretty steep.
I respect that opinion. I think subsection 8, a hearing conducted under this section shall be informal and not subject to any rules of evidence, is explicitly saying this is not a court process. You are still entitled to the same court process you would have. This is simply, you might have a different name for it than I, Senator Farren.
Yeah, I just like to say that. I mean, one of the things that makes the legislature good is we all have difference of opinions. And when you say we're creating this, that's in a rabbit hole. Representative White, that is your opinion and you are entitled to that. But all of us don't feel that way. And we're trying to get to a point that obviously entitled to opinions, we're trying to get to a way where hopefully the majority of the committee feels that this is worth doing to protect our workers in construction zones and to try a pilot program. And we're trying to work through that to get to a point where hopefully the majority of folks feel that way. You might never get there. That's okay. But I don't think it's necessarily fair to think that this committee is going down a rabbit hole of creating something different, because if you're taking the time to go through, as the chair said, this is not in place of that piece. And a lot of effort and time has gone in to get to this point, to try to get people to a way forward to do that. And just hopefully we all respect everybody's opinion, and I have to do that myself.
All right, let's continue. Section, I believe we're on section 9.
Yes, I'll note that section 8, there's no changes, but these list out what those defenses are. So if the vehicle was stolen, or if for whatever reason the system wasn't in compliance, those are the defenses that's referred to throughout. Section 9, the section in the bill as printed is being removed and replaced with a new section. So subsection 1, that is the same as the bill is printed, just saying that the BMV can provide the authority and any vendor with information regarding the owner of the motor vehicle. So the information being the make and license plate of the vehicle and the name and address of the vehicle. And then the second part is new. This is saying that DPS can facilitate access for the authority and its vendor to the NLETS database for the purpose of law enforcement. And it's saying then the authority can use the database to obtain information regarding an owner of a vehicle identified by a system. I believe this one is here because it's used for out-of-state red plates. This could be, the first section refers to a vehicle with Maine plates, because then they can ask the BMV.
Representative Perry.
Are we pretty much taking the vendor part out of this, and all this stuff will be with the authority?
Look, in reference to maybe some testimony about vendors, if you show me a company in this country that hasn't been sued, I'll show you a company that's not doing business, right? The vendor assistance that we would contract for would be under the tight control of the authority during this pilot. The problem gets to escalating costs on all these, right? Similar to what we were talking about, acquiring a vehicle that would do this. This can very quickly get into the, $5-10 million a year if it's something we just can't afford, right? Securing the services of a vendor to assist us with this program simply allows us to do this without incurring permanent costs to the authority, right? It's a contract instead of now having to hire permanent people. Are there ways we could do that by hiring temps? Yeah, probably. I would just argue that we fully intend, and every state agency does this. We have contracts with firms that help us with sensitive things. You just have to stipulate in the contract those requirements, and those companies are then legally responsible for carrying out those things. I think that assuming bad motive or is probably less productive than just stipulating in the contract what those requirements are and what their limitations are, and then they're legally liable to those.
Senator Farren?
Yeah, and I would just say on this particular piece here, this was directed at out of state license plate, and it's really I don't want to say a administrative function, but it is to work with the Department of Safety to get that information and then process forward. The big thing that when we struck out the vendor piece was that reviewing of the images and making that initial determination in-house. I think that's important to keep that integrity piece there. But as far as some of this other stuff, I think that's what part of goes into the RFP.
Yeah.
Representative White?
So when we're talking about out-of-state registrations, when someone from out of state doesn't pay their fine, we can't just not let them register their car anymore because they're in another state.
That's in the next section. Yes. Okay, I will go through it.
I can-
Just want to make sure.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Ready to move on from that section? Okay.
So as Representative White said, if someone doesn't pay their fine, and they are registering, if their vehicle is registered in Maine, then they don't have the registration. They can't renew it. Yes, I believe it says suspended. I'm just making sure that is section 1. And the second sentence in section 1, there is a rule saying that if a person doesn't pay a fine, they can have their right to operate a vehicle in the state. I don't think it's specifically to pay a fine. They basically don't have the right to operate a vehicle removed. However, that is the penalty for failing to pay the fine if you have an out-of-state registration. Because the state can't say, like, New Jersey, you can't like take away this registration of this driver, but they can say you can't operate in Maine. This is in rule currently. This is a process for traffic infractions. I believe, yes, I think that's where it is, failing to pay for traffic infractions, rule ADF. And I think in a packet you got last session, I have ADF in there if you're really interested in perusing that. So yeah, so it's making that, so out of state, you lose your right to operate, but in state, you lose registration certificate
We
for
also,
failing to pay.
yeah, just as an added note, we have reciprocal agreements with several states in the region. We share this information back and forth. It's the same with failure to pay on Easy Pass and anything like that.
Yes, I, in one of the packets, I have that section. It's, Title 23, Section 1980, subsection 2A, paragraph G. This is basically, if you want to get granular, we can get, I included in one of the packets, the exact language next to the language in the amendment, just so you can see that it's similar to that. Up to the committee if what they want to do with that language in the amendment, of course. Any questions for me? Okay, I will move on to section 11. This is with the personally identifiable information. This is defined in section 2, subsection 6. So anything related to PII in this section relates to the definition in this resolve. So subsection 1, there isn't many changes, just adding the word or investigation to paragraph B. It's saying that personally identifiable information cannot be sold or disclosed by the authority or a vendor to any person except when the disclosure is made for the charging, collection, enforcement of the fines imposed pursuant to this resolve. pursuant to judicial order, which includes a search warrant or subpoena in a criminal proceeding, and then it strikes in the bill as paragraph B in the bill is printed. So these are the only ways that this information can be disclosed. Otherwise, and that's what the rest of the section says, is that it's confidential.
Senator Nangle.
So I thought we had talked earlier that the authority would not respond to a judicial order or a search warrant or subpoena.
No, so we do not reply, just like we don't today, to requests that are not judicial orders. Every entity in the state has to comply with orders of the court. It's just a casual phone call from a local PD. No, we're not responsive to that unless there's an ongoing capital crime in progress.
So how do we prevent Texas from getting license plate data that could show that someone came here seeking reproductive care?
That's not an order of the Court of Maine. You could
Well,
say
but
of
it doesn't
Maine.
say that. It says judicial order, including a search warrant or subpoena.
So if this is a set of hypotheticals that has never occurred to this point, I do understand the concerns. The language is fairly tight. We would not be responsible. Now, could a federal judge issue an order of the court to that effect? I seriously doubt it, but is it possible? Yeah, it's just there is no entity of this state that can say, I don't comply with orders of a federal court. That's
Or a
just,
Texas court.
well, no, a Texas court doesn't have jurisdiction in the state of Maine. They just don't. It has to be either a court of the state of Maine or a federal judge.
Okay, any other questions about that subsection B?
Okay, subsection 2. It's saying that this information cannot be stored or retained by the authority or the vendor unless the information is necessary for the collection and enforcement of fines. Just to note, in the bill summary is printed, I provided some background language about for like the easy pass provisions and dealing with confidentiality, which I think may help put this in context. Again, not me taking position on this language, but just to contextualize how it may compare to something that is already in place. This is similar language to that, saying that this can only be used for the collection enforcement of fines. Subsection 3, it's allowing the authority to disclose data from the system that does not directly or indirectly identify an owner or motor vehicle for research purposes. So I think of this as like when you go to the national government and you download a database, you can't individually identify the observation of that point with someone. So I think that data can then be used for research purposes, if my understanding is correct. So the data can be used for research purposes to study, but you couldn't from that data identify, oh, that's like me, for example. And
Oh, one moment, Melanie, Representative Anglers.
So you're talking like trend analysis?
Yeah, exactly.
subsection 4 is that language that unless it's being used in connection with an administrative summons or judicial order, so anything dealing with the appeal process, the recorded images must be destroyed no later than 30 days after the final resolution of the violation or any appeals process. So if the appeals process takes longer than 30 days, then it's 30 days from that point.
Is that the purpose of making it 30 days? Because the driver, the person who's receiving the violation has that 30 days to file an appeal? Yeah. So.
It's 30 days after final adjudication, which is just administrative process of destruction. So the final adjudication is either the order of a judge or the payment of the fine.
Could we make that shorter?
You can make it 21 days.
Which I think is what is in statute
Yeah, that's
for
fine.
other data.
We could do that.
Under, is it?
It's very likely to be
51,
much shorter than that.
Okay.
It's simply the administrative time it takes to receive information that there is final adjudication from the court, then order the destruction, have the destruction be accomplished.
Okay.
21 is fine.
Am I hearing that is something that the committee may consider for this section? Just put it, I'll just make a note of it.
Okay.
Okay. 21 days rather than 30 for the destruction of the images. Subsection 5, this is dealing with the confidentiality portion. It's saying that this information collected is not public record. That this subsection, I believe, will warrant a full review process that occurs in the legislature from the Judiciary Committee. Just so you all know, like if you, if this goes through with a majority of the committee, the Judiciary Committee will review the FOA exception. Subsection 6 is the auditing firm. So requiring the MTA to engage an independent auditing firm to perform the annual audit of the compliance with this particular section, the section dealing with the personally identifiable information. And this audit is then given to the committee that has jurisdiction over transportation matters. Right now, it's this committee. Is there any questions I can answer with that section?
I think we can continue.
Section 12 is the rulemaking authority. Just to confirm the rules, it lists some rules that the authority can adopt. I think this is up to the committee whether you make this, how specific or broad you make the rules that have to be adopted. We'll leave that up to you to decide if you want it to have these specific examples, if you just want it to say they can adopt rules to administer this resolve. Up to you how specific you want to get. And just to confirm, these are routine technical rules. So it'll go through the rulemaking process, but it does not have to come back to this committee before the rule is adopted for approval. Any questions with section 12?
Doesn't look like it.
And section 13, this is just because because the dates were removed from the resolve. So this is still the same as the bill is printed. It's saying that a report is going to come back to this committee or whatever the successor to this committee is in the 134th legislature.
Any questions about that last part? Okay. I think we have done a lot of good brain work today. Thank you for everyone who's participated in today's work session. I would entertain a motion.
Make a motion to table LD, or no, 1457.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table. All those in favor? That's unanimous of those present. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjourning. We will see you all.